Michiamo, that means greetings. My name is Odwirafo, Kwesi, Nehem, Ptah, Akhan. So, the title of this series is When a Woman Stalks a Man. Legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So, I was prompted to put forward this series because of a number of developments that have taken place. Today is February 27th, Tuesday. Last week, on Tuesday, February 20th, I received an email from the Assistant Attorney General who was prosecuting the case against the defendant, the woman who has been stalking me for the past 5.5 years. It was an update. She was simply letting me know that the individual will be receiving or assigned a new defense attorney. She dismissed her previous defense attorney, and there'll be a status update, a status hearing rather, next month, March, and then a trial date will be set for the second criminal contempt charge. The first criminal contempt trial was back in June. The defendant was found guilty. She was sentenced to 180 days incarceration. That was suspended contingent upon her meeting her probationary requirements for 1 year. Once we left the courtroom, 1 week later, she violated the anti-stalking order once again, and therefore we had to go back to court in August for a probation revocation hearing, a show cause hearing. She was found guilty, of course, and she was handcuffed in the courtroom and taken to prison. Once she was released, a few weeks after that, she violated the anti-stalking order once again, and a new criminal contempt charge was filed, and this is the case that we are engaged in right now. So I want to go into some detail about these 5.5 years. We're going to talk about mental illness, which is central to this case. We're going to talk about spirit children and hoodoo that ended up in the civil suit as well as the criminal case, and also in the petition to the appellate court and the writs of certiorari with the Supreme Court. Certain individuals who are mentally ill, and I've worked in the field, before I became an entrepreneur, I worked in the field of mental health for over a decade in Chicago, where I'm from, and even when I moved to DC a few years back, working in the field of mental health with children and therapeutic foster care, as well as with adults and so forth. There are different degrees and manifestations and expressions of mental illness. Some people manifest simple anxiety disorders, which are simple in comparison, for example, to someone who's suffering from paranoid schizophrenia or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2 and so forth. So there are varying degrees. You have certain individuals who become very litigious. If they were already somewhat intelligent or intellectual or very articulate, yet they are imbalanced mentally, maybe they have a chemical imbalance, a traumatic brain injury, or they've had significant trauma which manifested as chronic mental imbalance that has, persisted for years and so forth. In certain expressions, these individuals feel like they are not heard by family because they've been cut off. They're not heard by friends because they don't have friends. They're not heard by coworkers. If they're working, they're not heard by individuals in everyday life, whether they're in a retail establishment, out in public, in a governmental office or agency and so forth. So the only way they can force people to listen is they become very litigious. They seek to, file lawsuits, frivolous lawsuits on the civil side and criminal side on anything imaginable. In this particular case, this individual has filed a frivolous lawsuit on the civil side, as well as, petitioning the appellate court, as well as the Supreme Court on more than one occasion. We're going to get into all of that. When we talk about spirit children and hoodoo, we're going to talk about in the civil lawsuit how this individual requested that the judge order that I pay back child support, not for her biological children, because I'm not the biological father and we've never had any form of relationship whatsoever. She acknowledged that the children have biological fathers, but since she decided and put forward the false narrative that I was divinely assigned as her twin flame, a divine complement, by default, I am the father spiritually of her children, and therefore I owe 18 years of back child support, not for my biological children, but for spirit children. And she asked the court to assign $637,000 in back child support. That's only one instance. There are many, many more in this case. So we're going to get into detail about that. So I'm going to show with documentation. Everything I talk about here has been documented in the civil cases as well as the criminal case. So nothing here is defamatory. Everything has been assessed. You know, trial judges are finders of fact. And when these issues are assessed and adjudicated and a verdict is rendered and so forth, you know, we're talking about something that's part of the public record. When you search on the DC Superior Court case search, page and so forth, you can find this information available to the public. So first I want to show the original anti-stalking order. It's very important to note, I looked at some statistics today, 1 out of every 3 women have been stalked at some point in their lifetime, which is insane. 1 out of every 6 men have been stalked in their lifetime, which is also insane. On the male side, you typically don't hear many narratives about what is taking place. With this information, hopefully what we will be able to do is assist people to navigate their way through the legal system on the civil side as well as the criminal side, especially when someone is very litigious and puts forward frivolous lawsuits and petitioning the appellate courts and sending out subpoenas and so forth, and creating delays and engaging in maneuvers that push court dates back 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, which has happened in this case. Some people will simply give up, and we want to assist people in that process. We also want to assist people to understand how to navigate when you have someone who is, mentally ill, yet this is the person that's stalking you, showing up at your home, showing up at your place of, business and so forth, reaching out to people you're connected with all over the country, weaving false narratives, putting you all over social media and so forth, false narratives. We're going to get into all of that. A number of different things have taken place, and when I've shared this with certain individuals, they can't believe the things that have taken place. So we're going to get into all of that. When we talk about spirit children and hoodoo, when someone is mentally ill, they begin to corrupt manifestations of spiritual expression, and then those corrupted manifestations they seek to employ to put forward a false narrative within their own mind, and then if that person is litigious, they bring that to court as well. So we're going to get into how this individual was representing herself. She's mentally ill, so she has me on the witness stand and she's cross-examining me. We're going to really get into a lot. So first, I want to read I'm going to pull up certain documents, and first I want to show you the original ASO, the original anti-stalking order, and then the extension. Okay, so you can see this is the anti-stalking order, Domestic Violence Division, Washington, D.C., D.C. Superior Court. And you have me, Kwesi, Nehem, Ptah, Akhan. You have the respondent, which is the defendant and so forth. So, redacted the address. So you see the court hereby orders January 27th, 2022 until January 26th, 2024. So this is the very first anti-stalking order. And the person has to stay away from within 100 yards of myself and my home and my car, my vehicle, my workplace, and so forth. She can't communicate with me by phone or in writing, electronic or social media, directly, indirectly through a third party and so forth. And then the final part, it's not allowed to possess firearms. So you see that the first order was signed and granted on January 27th, 2022. The second order, when you see here, this order is hereby extended from January 10th, 2024. I had to go back to court right before the 2 years was up to file for an extension because she had violated the original court order on multiple occasions, which led to her incarceration. And you'll see that it's from January 10th, 2024 to January 9th, 2026. So how did we get to this point? I'm going to take you chronologically back 5.5 years to how everything started, how everything unfolded, and we're going to get into a lot of information. Okay, so part 2, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So how did all of this start? So first, by profession, I mentioned before, prior to becoming an entrepreneur, I spent over a decade in the field of mental health, but we approached mental health from a cultural perspective. When I was in Chicago, I was with a black agency in Chicago, as well as when I moved to DC a few years back. The agencies that I worked for were black agencies. We had black clients, and the approach to mental health, no matter what we were engaged in, was rooted in what we would call an Afro-Kaini, meaning an African or African-centered, Afrocentric, African-centered cultural foundation for the most part. So the reason that I engaged in that field is because it was directly related to what I was doing outside of the regular 9-to-5 during that time period. Since leaving the mental health field, I've become an entrepreneur full time. And some of the things I've done, I've published 31 books on Afro-Kaini, meaning African ancestral religion, culture, nation building, language, anthropology, a number of different subjects. It's all about the empowerment of Black women, Black men, Black children, our community, and so forth. People download our 31 books for free, thousands of downloads per month. We have an institution. I've taught 40 online classes on the institution that are archived that people access. So this is how people get in touch with and find out about the work. When I've taught in, lectured in different cities around the country, from the East Coast, West Coast, and all over the past 15 plus years in earnest, as well as internationally, people come out. We have free events. People get a chance to come out and hear the information. We don't charge them to come speak. We give away a free copy of one of our books, so we don't charge people for that. So this is how people became aware of what we're doing online, as well as, the direct access. A few years back, before COVID and before we started teaching the online courses, back in 2014 and 2018, I had a blog talk radio channel, and I had a number of different blog talk radio broadcasts, and we were broadcasting a few times a week. This was online radio and so forth, and people would call in, and we're talking about these subjects and going through the information in the books. So this is how people became aware of what I'm doing. So this is what took place with regard to this individual from the beginning. We have an annual conference, the Etchisign Conference, which is Ancestral Religious Reversion. And we talk about the different forms of ancestral religion, Afro-Kaini, meaning African ancestral religion, that we preserved in our blood circles when we were forced into the Western Hemisphere over the past 300 plus years during the enslavement era and afterward. We preserved these traditions in our blood circles. We preserved our ancient Afro-Kaini, or African ancestral religious practices, whether it's the Hoodoo tradition, which is the Akhan tradition from Ghana and Ivory Coast, the Juju tradition, which is the Yoruba tradition from Southwest Nigeria, the Ewe tradition, which is Voodoo, the Wanga tradition, which is Ovambo, the Ngangan tradition, which is Fang, and so forth. We have scholarship dealing with how we preserved our ritual practices, how we preserved our spirituality, how that made us resilient enough to overcome the enslavement process, freeing ourselves from enslavement people, establishing independent Black settlements, escaping from plantations and becoming independent and defending their independent sovereign states. Even while there were plantations still enslaving people, we would escape from the plantation, set up our own independent sovereign state, arm ourselves, go back to the plantation, free more people, bring the people back, and so forth. That was powered by our ancestral religious practices. So these are the things that we talk about. We've published documents, released a couple of documentaries and so forth, where we go into detail about proving the linguistic connection, the cosmological connection, the genetic connection with regard to the human genome and so forth, to these different ethnic groups, and how we preserved our own unique expression of ancestral religion. So we're a unique group of Afro-Akani people, African Black people in the Western Hemisphere. We have our own culture. We have our own spiritual expression. We have everything we need to empower ourselves and edify ourselves. So this is what we talk about. So we bring people from different traditions, Black people, of course, from different traditions, some people from the Juju tradition, some from the Voodoo tradition, some from the Hoodoo tradition and so forth, and various others, and sharing that information. Just to give an example, most people don't know that Hoodoo comes from the Akhan term undu, which means medicine from roots, trees, and plant life. It also means to become heavy with the spirit and to become able to engage in spirit communication and spirit possession and so forth. But undu came to be pronounced in English as hoodoo, but it's an Akhan word. When we talk about root workers, whether they're in the Hoodoo tradition, which is Akhan, or the Juju tradition, which is Yoruba, or the Wanga tradition, which is Ovambo and so forth, that is really the foundational basis for what is now called homeopathic medicine in the United States, alternative medicine, natural approaches to medicine, naturopathic medicine, and so forth. We had the knowledge of the medicinal use of thousands of plants and herbs and so forth that we brought with us from the continent, and we continued to heal ourselves. The so-called slave masters would be dependent upon our people to heal our people. They didn't have this medical knowledge of plant life and mineral life and so forth. They were dependent upon us for that kind of healing. So just like even today, when you look at, for example, Beyonce and the whole country music thing and so forth, and it's now forced people to look at the true historical origins, and it turns out, of course, as many people know, Black people are the origin of country music, and the banjo came from West Africa, West Africa. The same is true with a number of different things in our lives. Homeopathic medicine, naturopathic medicine, natural approaches to healing and so forth, holistic health, that entire movement came from those of us who were root workers, doing that kind of work, healing our people, having better results than the conventional medical system as put forward by America. That's just one of the things that we have preserved in our culture. So this is the kind of information we talk about. We publish articles and books, and the people who come forward are authors, authoresses, healers, healeresses, and so forth. We have that kind of, conference every year in March, the Echisai conference annually here in DC. In 2017, the woman who began the stalking process and so forth, this is the first time I met this individual. She showed up at the conference. She attended the conference just like anybody else. I didn't know this individual prior to her attending the conference. She came from the state of Kansas. She sat in the audience just like everybody else. And, we have a number of different people presenting, some on holistic health, some on ritual practices, spirituality, and so forth. And, afterwards, people are standing around talking. Some people are taking pictures. Some people are shopping with the vendors. We always have vendors, dealing with their, shopping their goods and services and so forth. People ask for, they exchange information, network. So once people leave the space, they go back into their respective locales and take that information to empower their community. That's what it's about. It's a free event, family event, and so forth. She was one of the people who attended. She came up to me afterwards and said, "Hey, my name is so-and-so. I'll just call her TL, just using the English initials. My name is TL. I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate your work. I've downloaded your books and appreciate the work you're doing. I'm from Kansas and so forth." And that's what a number of people do. And I'll show some images from the Echisai conference. You'll see people networking. It's a good event, a family event. That's the first time I saw this individual. That interaction was about less than 2 minutes. The next time I saw this individual was the following year in February of 2018. So first it was March of 2017 at the Echisai conference. About a minute and a half of interaction, and that's it. And then February of 2018 was the next time I saw the individual. We had an event on Edisto Island, South Carolina. This is an annual event. Once again, it's dealing with nation building, manhood and womanhood based on our books, Oberima Afro-Akani Manhood and Obatan Afro-Akani Womanhood, and nation building and community building and so forth. So people come to the event, they sit in the presentations, we have breakout sessions, the women get together, they talk about women's issues and how to empower one another and support one another and so forth. The men get together, we talk about men's issues in the context of, the community as a whole and how to support what we're doing and so forth. Then we come back together and we have joint sessions, people have food and so forth and a number of different things. And then we also go to the ocean and give an ancestral offering at the ocean on Edisto Island. That's a very sacred ancestral space for our people here in North America. So that was the second time I came in contact with this individual. She came to the event just like everybody else. She participated in the workshops and so forth and took notes just like everybody else. We didn't have any personal interaction other than the same thing that anybody else would have. Just light conversation that everybody else has. We never had any personal interaction. So those are the two instances where I have seen this person in person. That's February 2018. Now, over the next few months, again, I have the Blog Talk Radio program. We had a number of different programs during the week. At first, it was Monday through Wednesday. On Wednesday, we had Egua Marketplace, and we would showcase a Black business every week, and we would interview somebody and, just share that information. 2 other shows dealt with spirituality and linguistics and cosmology and history and archaeology and things like that. So sometimes she would call in on the radio and ask a question, just like anybody else. Hey, when you said this in this particular book, what did that mean? I'll respond and say, oh, okay, thanks, and that's it. Sometimes she wouldn't call in, but she did, tune in. She did, during that period, over the next few months, she ordered some books for me. I sent her the books and so forth. One time she said that there was somebody in jail. Do you send books to prison? Because I wanted to ship these books to the prison and so forth. I sent the books to the prison. So it was that kind of thing. And she was trying to get some kind of study group together in the prison. And they were having problems with African religion study groups in the prison. They wouldn't allow them. She said they were discriminating. And she wanted me to sign some document to say that I was the advisor to this African religion study group and all this kind of stuff. I said, no, I'm not going to sign anything. I don't know who these people are. Maybe they are having a study group and so forth. I said, I'll send books just like any publisher will send books, like Amazon or any bookstore will send books to a prison, but I'm not going to sign off on anything. All of a sudden, next thing you know, she said these people lied to her and she's not dealing with them anymore. So I thought that was very strange. And later on, I found out why I knew it was strange. But outside of that interaction, no interaction. So we went from March 2017, saw her for about a minute and a half. February 2018, she came to the event in South Carolina. She participated in workshops and so forth. No personal interaction. Now we're going through the months of 2018, and then we get to August of 2018, and this is where the stalking began. And I'm going to read this email. I'm going to show you this email because this was entered into evidence in the criminal trial. This was entered into evidence in the civil case. And once again, when you download these cases and the information, you will see this email as one of the exhibits. We want to give these details because, it's important to have so-called receipts. Once again, nothing we put forward here is defamatory, neither is it, designed to be disparaging. We're just putting forth the information so you can really understand the gravity of the situation. But this is where the stalking began, the August 28th, 2018 email. So it says compliment assigned by Nyamewa Nyame, and I'm going to read the entire email so you can get a really, detailed understanding of what's taking place. First of all, compliment. And there are certain terms in the Akhan language because we practice Akhan ancestral religion, which is an expression of African ancestral religion, Afro-Akani ancestral religion. And we teach the Akhan language as well as the Medutu, the hieroglyphs of ancient Kemet and so forth. But you'll see a number of different Akhan terms utilized in this email and much of the documentation that we put forward. She learned about this information by coming to my website and then began to use the terminology, extensively. So, compliment assigned by Inyame wa Inyame. The reason why she said compliment for background, in June of 2018, so I saw her in February 2018. A few months later, one of my Blog Talk Radio broadcasts, I did a broadcast talking about the Baiti, which is the origin of the twin flame concept. And this is some of the information that we put forward. The twin flame concept is called Baiti in the language of ancient Kemet, so-called Egypt, but our ancestral culture of ancient Kemet, which is, ancient Kemet, Egypt was the black civilization. Europeans and Arabs invaded later, but we established civilization, mathematics, sciences, art, music, and so forth before Europeans existed on Earth. So ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt. Egypt is a Greek term, but Kemet is the indigenous term of the ancient black people who founded that civilization and started civilization, period. So Baiti means the twin, T, Bai, which means spirit, but it also means flame. So we show the cosmological origin of the twin flame concept and the soulmate concept coming from the cosmology of our people thousands of years before Europeans existed. And we put that forward because some of our people had been, there's a lot of information about twin flames and runners and all this nonsense online, and it's totally misinformed. The origins of the concept are rooted in our cosmology, and it bears no resemblance to the misinformation that's put forward, for sale on the internet. And sometimes our people get caught up in that. So we were talking about the nature of the twin flame cosmology, the nature of the soulmate concept, linguistically and cosmologically in our culture. We're just talking about it, to reference so people have a better understanding. And the whole notion of how do you find your quote unquote Baiti or divine complement, we talked about that just for reference purposes. So she assigned, titled this email, Compliment Assigned by Inyame wa Inyame. Inyame is the word for God in the Akhan language. Inyame wa is the term for goddess or mother. So just like in Akhan, you have the word asase, that's the word for earth in English. So if you say earth in English, that's asase in Akhan. If you say water in English, that's nsio in Akhan. If you say air in English, that's mframa in Akhan. If you say dog in English, that's okramain in Akhan. If you say God in English, you say Inyame in Akhan. That's the great father. But the great mother is Inyame wa. And we always recognize the balance of male and female, no matter what Afurakani or African group we're talking about. So she said, compliment assigned by Inyame wa Inyame. She's talking about the divine compliment assigned by, quote unquote, God. So here goes the email, and this is the beginning of the stalking. Nehem, which is my name, Kwesi Nehem Ptah Akhan. She says, prepare for me to ramble. Let me start by saying that I feel like an idiot sending this email because I am extremely shy and abhor rejection when it comes to expressing myself romantically, where to start. Despite being 40 years old, I have never been intimate with, dated, or married a man that I actually liked. From an early age, others convinced me that my expectations were too high, and if I didn't lower them, I would end up alone. The first time I came across the Odwirafo website, and my name is Odwirafo, my title is Odwirafo, and my website is odwirafo.com. So that's what she's talking about. The first time I came across the Odwirafo website, I was on the verge of settling once more. In truth, I knew you were the one the moment I read the first web page upon entering the site, but I refused to believe a man I had never seen or spoken to could be my soulmate. For all I knew, you could have been ugly. But the one thing I did know was that I trusted you so much so that I told my children you were the only man on this planet I trusted, and to call you if anything ever happened to me, even though I didn't have your phone number at the time. Soon I began to be flooded with dreams and messages from Nsamanfo. Nsamanfo is the term for ancestresses and ancestors in the Akhan language. She was flooded with dreams and messages from Nsamanfo saying you were my complement, meaning divine complement or twin flame, one who is incarnated to be with you. I mistook these messages for messages from the enemy because I thought Asona was my matriclan. So I fought and fought against the dreams and messages I was receiving, so much so that I began to chastise myself for yearning to be with a relative. Asona is a matriclan in Akhan culture, and that's my matriclan. She heard me say that Asona is my matriclan, so then she started saying she was from the Asona matriclan, and then later on she found out that people from the same matriclan don't mix. That's akin to incest, and she was not aware of that when she began to pretend like she was from the Asona matriclan. So this is what she's referencing. She thought we were spiritually relative, so she thought that, it was a problem. But the dreams nor the messages stopped. Instead, they became more frequent and more detailed, with the most powerful dream being when I birthed your son, Yao, on last Thursday. I have kept quiet for the most part until now, but my heart aches to be near you. The recent dream of us birthing a son was so real, so emotionally and spiritually binding. My body is still recovering. Last year, you were ill with what was perhaps a cold or allergy of some sort. It lasted for months and my heart ached the entire time. I cried when I listened to one of your live broadcasts because I was not there to attend to you, heal you. In turn, whenever I am sick, thoughts of you heal me, literally. I received a reading from Kalinda less than 3 months ago, but I found it useless in many regards. She said it would be another year before I connected with my complement. She thus encouraged me to date different men and remain celibate until marriage. I did attempt to take her dating advice. I ended up on a date with a guy that repeatedly tried to force himself on me and show zero respect for my personal boundaries as a whole. No, thank you. I'd rather be alone than settle again. Of course, there's much more I could say, but all in all, I just wanted you to know that I love you, I need you, I pray for you every day, and acknowledge that I was assigned the privilege of being your complement by Inyame wa Inyame, by the divine, by God. Additionally, I would be lying if I said it didn't feel like we were already married. P.S. Ra Nehem, the firelight that rescued me. P.S.S. My apologies if I'm breaking some protocol of silence that I am not aware of. I'm really not sure how this is supposed to work. It's all very new and confusing, and it doesn't help that I wear my heart on my sleeve. Okay, so certain things are very important. I have this in front of me, so I want to reference a couple of things. First, as soon as she logged onto the Odwirafo website, she knew I was the one before she even saw me. She told her children this is the only man on earth that she trusted. There's already some mental imbalance there. And it's important to note that even when she came to the event on Edisto Island, even the sisters and anybody who interacted with her recognized that she was, a very articulate person and, had an extensive vocabulary and so forth, but you could tell she was imbalanced behaviorally. There was some eccentric aspects of her behavior expressively and so forth. So but hey, it's not against the law to be, a little imbalanced. So, I just want to look at this. So, as soon as she logged onto the site, she knew I was the one. So that's clearly some imbalance. It's also important to note that there was never a time in that first minute and a half that we first met that I showed any interest in her. I was never interested on any level, never have been, never expressed that, and never, did anything to suggest that. Same is true when we saw each other and everybody else at the event on Edisto Island. Never been interested in any way, never expressed that. I've gone around the country, as I said, doing presentations in different cities and so forth for the past 15 plus years. I've never attempted to, develop some relationship with somebody I met at a lecture or reaching out to people on social media. I've been on Facebook for 15 years or more, as well as social media, including Instagram, Twitter, and so forth. We do not utilize that to try to sound deep and then try to talk to women on the side. 99.9% of the individuals who are in the line of work that I am, all over the country, we are focused, we're disciplined. We don't utilize the information that we have to try to get with women. We don't do that. 99.9% don't do that. These are the unsung people who are in the communities, teaching, educating, edifying, empowering, and so forth. And people don't really know who we are unless you're in that, in that vein. So, and when you see, pictures of myself and other people in different, all over the websites and, social media, you see that I'm not hugged up on people. I usually have my hands behind my back when I take a picture in any city. I've been in like 33 plus cities on multiple occasions, as well as internationally. You never see me hugged up with somebody unless there's somebody that I know personally and we're friends and we have a friendly hug and so forth. But outside of that, you never see me, hugged up with somebody who came to my lecture and took a picture about my book and asked me to sign it. We don't do that. We never have. So, and in this case, it's the same way. Never been interested in the person at all. So, now, she starts having these dreams and so forth. She talks about spiritual messages, and having my child and all these different things. And then at the end, of course, after saying that thoughts of me healed her literally, and when I was sick, she cried because she wasn't there to attend me. I've never been sick. That's just not accurate. I don't know what she's referring to. It's a little extra there, but you can see there's imbalance. At the end, she talks about she's just grateful to know that she was assigned the privilege to be my divine complement. Notice nowhere in the email I have a say about anything. She just wanted to inform me that she is my divine complement, and she's so grateful to know that she's been assigned by the Supreme Being to be with me because she incarnated to be with me, and she just wanted to, inform me of that. I didn't have any input in that at all. She didn't even ask me anything. So now she's talking about spirituality and all of that. So then I respond, and let's look at the response that I get. I say, "Michiawo," that means greetings. No protocol broken, so it's no problem. I can tell you from a diviner's perspective and others who have been diviners for years, and diviner means one who performs divination, which simply means a spiritual reading. Diviners for years would say the same. When you are very receptive and receive accurate messages, even to the point where you can assist others with divination and help them realign their lives harmoniously, there are two areas where receptivity can be misread. Love, law relationships, and the word love and law in our ancient languages are the same word, and issues dealing with finances for the individual, but not for those the individual divines for. This is why often for those two areas, even seasoned diviners will go and get divination from another diviner. Every other issue in their lives, no need for seeking out another diviner. The main reason being is an undergirding ehu, which means fear, which is at the root of the subject matter. Fear may be conquered for death, loss, and anything else, yet it can creep in unseen when it comes to relationships and finances. Then it can distort receptivity. I myself have done divination in the past for other diviners because of this, and it is very common. You have to be very focused to recognize when ehu, which means fear, creeps in to distort receptivity in the law, love, and finance areas. In this instance, this is what has happened. I already know who my complement is. So you would have to retrace the lines of how certain messages came to you to be able to pinpoint where the distortion in the receptivity showed up. You are not the only person who misread the same message and believed they were my divine complement. I had to inform one other individual that she was not my divine complement, although she shared detailed reasons and messages she received spiritually that suggested that I was. But again, it is not uncommon. You will find Yoruba priests, priestesses, Akhan priests, priestesses, Vodun priests, priestesses, and others who will share that in these areas, they will often go and get a reading from another priest, priestess themselves, even when they did their own reading on the relationship and received a specific answer or set of answers followed by related spiritual experiences. In fact, it is part of the learning process when confirming spiritual messages. When a message and or related spiritual experience turns out not to be accurate, the Sankofa process, retracing the lines that got you there, will reveal some point or juncture where things got off course, where ehu or fear crept in, fear of being alone with the wrong individual. When you catch it, then you navigate around that point in the future. So do not feel bad about getting this set of messages wrong. That has happened with myself and everyone else who is receptive or divines at some point. However, your divine complement is out there, surely walking around right now somewhere. He would be in your age range and definitely exists. Maybe it will be next year after September when you find out who he is. These things are learning opportunities, and we have all definitely gone through them. It's a part of the developmental process when you take advantage of it. Okay, so you see what took place. Since she approached the issue from a quote-unquote spiritual perspective and said she had spiritual messages and she was informed and it was a divine revelation and so forth, it wouldn't be enough for me to say, well, I'm not interested, so I appreciate you, but I'm just not the one. Because in the mind of somebody like that, she would go back and simply say, well, he just doesn't understand now, but this was a divine message and he'll come along at some point. Since she talked about, readings and she was inferring divination and so forth, then I had to come to the subject matter and approach it from a diviner's perspective. And she learned about divination and the details of divination and so forth from my website, as well as studying, other things about ancestral religion and so forth. So I want to give some detailed information about how people can get spiritual messages misinterpreted and how very common it is. So I wasn't being disparaging. That's not the goal. I wanted to be, truthful, honest, open, but also direct and just showing the point by point, not only a rebuttal, but something that she can learn from so she wouldn't make the same mistake in the future, but clearly stating the truth and what's obvious. She's not my divine complement and never would be that. And again, that's not being disparaging. That's just, if someone tells me, Kwesi, he's a nice guy, he's intelligent, he has his own business, I appreciate the work he's doing. He's not my type, but he'll find somebody at some point. When someone says that to me, I respect that. I appreciate it because, then I can move on and, connect who I need to connect with, and I don't have to, spend time considering something that's not a reality. And I wouldn't go forward and say, well, yeah, you may feel like that now, but let me show you why you need to be with me. That's not only is it disrespectful, it's immature, it's ignorant, it's imbalanced. Just to give the bottom line, it's imbalanced. If someone tells you you're a nice guy, but you're not my type, they're letting you know how they feel. If you try to move forward and override that, what you're saying is, I don't respect you. I don't care how you feel about yourself. I said I'm your type, so I'm going to force you. I'm going to force myself on you until you acquiesce. That's insane. So normal people don't operate like that. So once again, I'm just showing the information and giving a detailed response. She gave a detailed email, so I gave a detailed response. And the key was the way you misinterpret messages. If you're overcome by ehu or fear, that begins to distort, spiritual messages in many different facets. That's all we wanted to say. So let's look at the response that she gave to my lengthy response. She says, Mirase, which means thank you, Kwesi. Although my misreading the multitude of dreams and messages I have been receiving is as much embarrassing as it is disappointing, your response is beyond helpful. I am grateful. I gathered the courage to message you. It's something I should have done a long time ago. Right offhand, I know that I have reached a point where I do not trust men that express interest in me because I am constantly bombarded with provocateurs sent to distract me. This lack of trust morphed into a full-blown fear about 2 years. She meant 2 years ago. The same time I came across the Odwirafo website. So she's stating that she had a full-blown fear. It was about 2 years ago, and she just happened to come across my website when she was engulfed in this full-blown fear. So now it's making sense to her regarding my explanation about how she misread these messages. She says, yet with that being said, I am committed to remain celibate until marriage and would never intentionally desire someone that is not my true complement. My sincerest apologies and blessings to you and your complement. Medase, which means thank you, and she says sincerely and so forth. And then my response is, Seda, which in Akhan means you're welcome. You'll find that this happens with at least 90% of people involved in the culture. It's just a learning experience. So that was the exchange. It was a respectful exchange. I didn't want to do anything disparaging or say anything disparaging. Just wanted to give information. Gave the information. Even mentioned how one other individual had similar messages, spiritual messages coming to her. And I explained something similar. The difference with this individual was she was close to like somewhere in her 60s. She admitted that she had a mental illness, that she was diagnosed with a mental illness. She was living in a facility for adults with mental illnesses and so forth. She was receiving, SSI and so forth. So when I explained to her, this is part of the mental illness you're dealing with. Of course, you're an elder. We're not divine compliments. And she recognized that right away, and she didn't bring that back up. So there are only 2 instances where something like this has happened in the past 20 years. 2 people who were both mentally ill, an elderly person and, this individual. And again, I didn't disparage either. So I explained these different things, and she acknowledged it. She acknowledged it, and she apologized, and she even said peace to me and my compliment. So I thought that was a good exchange. I thought it, kind of settled everything. 4 weeks later, she took a bus from the state of Kansas with her 3 sons for 20 hours to Washington, D.C., and showed up on my doorstep. Okay, so this is part 3, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So she took a bus from the state of Kansas with her 3 sons, teenage sons, 20 hours on the bus from Kansas to Washington, D.C., and she showed up on my doorstep. I've never given this person my address. Once again, the first time I met her, a minute and a half, March 2017. Second time I saw her, she was part of a group, sitting in a group and, workshops and so forth, and that was it. 4 weeks after this email, when she apologized and said peace to you and your compliment, she's at my doorstep with her sons. Now, let me explain exactly how that went down. So I was on the phone with a friend of mine. We were talking about, business and culture and certain events that we collaborate on with her, a number of different individuals and so forth. And I get a text. And the text is from TL, the individual we're calling TL. And she had my number because when we went to the event on Esto Island, I gave everybody my number so we could all meet up at the ocean at the same time and all meet up at the beach house where we were having the event at the same time. So, Esto Island doesn't have hotels. They have beach houses and villas. We didn't rent out a lecture hall. We decided to rent out a beach house that was big enough to put enough chairs so people can come to the beach house we could have the sessions there. People could also eat there, and then afterwards they can go back to the places that they rented. So I gave my number to everyone so they could, we can all meet up at the beach house at the same time and meet up at the ocean front for the ancestral ritual at the same time. Also, she called about the books and, about sending the books to the prison and talking about the whole piece with regard to some study group going on in the prisons and so forth. So she called me about that before, but we never had any conversation beyond that kind of thing. So, so I get this phone call. Well, I get a text and I see it's from that number. I recognize the number one because it's a Kansas number. She called from that number before, but she used to call in on the Blog Talk radio show. And sometimes when you listen to the archives, you'll hear her calling in. That 913 number, that area code, I think it's 913 or 91. Yes, 913. Kansas area code. She would utilize that number. So when I saw 913, I've never had anyone's phone number from that area code. So I get a text from this individual. So me and my friend are talking on the phone, and she texts, and her text says, "We are at Union Station. Can you come get us?" Now, I know it's her. She mentions her name as well, but she says, "Hey, this is TL. We're at Union Station. Can you come get us?" Union Station is the big station where the buses and the trains are, in Washington, D.C. So central location downtown. So first of all, I don't know why you're in the city because you never told me you were coming to the city. If you did tell me you were coming to the city, I wouldn't have met with you. If you did say, "Hey, I'm in Washington, D.C. for, a day or so if you want to meet for coffee or something," I would have said no. Especially, I would have said no before she sent the email about "I'm her divine compliment." Of course, after that, I would have said no. If she would have said, "Hey, I'm coming to the city, I need a place to stay," of course, I would have said no. I wouldn't have entertained that for a nanosecond. So, for her to say, "We are at Union Station, can you come pick us up?" is insane. Number two, who's we? I don't know at this point that her 3 sons are with her. So who is this we? It's not French. Who's we? And why are you at, at the train station? So, of course, I ignored the text. I don't know why you're here, but you're not coming to me. So I ignored the text. So I'm talking to my friend. Then my friend says, "Hey, TL just texted me. She just wanted to let you know, if you talk to Kwesi, can you let him know that, we're at the train station so he can go ahead and pick us up." And my friend was one of the people who went to the, event on Edisto Island and was part of the organizing group for that as well. So she had come in contact with this individual as well. And just like I said, the people who interacted with her at the event recognized that she had some imbalance. She was, articulate and, speaks well and, and so forth, intelligent, but you could tell something was going on. So she was like, "Oh, she said they're at Union Station, so you can go ahead and pick them up." So it was clear that my friend didn't know what was going on. So then I explained to her, I was like, "Listen, just almost 4 weeks ago, she sent me this long email talking about God assigned her as my divine compliment." And I just explained everything I just read, and my friend was like, "Oh, wow, so she showed up?" So her goal was, "Oh, you think you have a compliment? Well, I'm going to come to your house. I'm going to show up, and you're not going to turn me away. And hopefully your compliment hears about this, and she'll be questioning you as to, why is this woman traveling across the country? You must have had something going on, because nobody will be crazy enough to just pop up at somebody's, place in somebody's city." That was her goal. I found out from my friend that not only did she tell my friend and some of the other sisters who had gone to that event in, South Carolina, that she was going to be relocating, but she was also asking people to assist her if they could, and they were trying to raise money to assist her with her move. She told one of the sisters, "Oh yeah, I sold my furniture, and I'm going to be relocating just to start over. And as soon as I get settled, I'll let you all know and so forth. So a couple of the sisters were under the impression that myself and TL had this agreement that I was going to allow her to stay with me for a while, maybe until she got on her feet, or maybe, we had something going on. So when I informed my friend that that's totally not the case, my friend was pissed, of course, because she was trying to raise money. She was deceiving these sisters to try to get them to send her some money so she can show up in this city unannounced. So my friend was pissed. And I was talking to her. She just couldn't believe that somebody would pop up, period. Number two, pop up with their 3 kids. I've never seen her children before and so forth. And then on top of that, just expect that you're to come and pick them up. And the fact that she deceived these sisters and they were really trying to help her out. I think some of them sent her some money. So she was pissed and we were talking. And as we were talking, I was like, yeah, see, this is mental imbalance. She is literally the kind of person that would just show up at your doorstep. And a few minutes later, I heard a knock on the door. So I told my friend I have to get off the phone. And I had to address what's going on. So I hear the knock on the door. I live in a condo building. It's a locked facility and so forth. The only way you can get in is if you have a code, or if you happen to be standing outside and somebody happens to be leaving the building or coming in, and if they're polite enough to hold the door open for you, you can get in that way, but that's the only way to get in. And I'm on the top floor. So I hear this, talking going back and forth and movement going back and forth. So I will find out later, of course, that she has her 3 sons with her. She starts texting me frantically. And then I answer the text and she says, hey, yeah, I'm at your house. I don't know if you're home. I just came here. First of all, I never gave her my address. I will later remember, at some point she ordered some books. She kept the address, and I guess for safekeeping, because she knew she was going to do this. But she said, I'm here. I don't know if you're home or not, but, we're here. Me and my sons are here and so forth. I just wanted to know if you could assist. And then I responded, because I wasn't going to open the door. First and foremost, being in the field of mental health, you understand certain things. She's the kind of individual that you're not going to be able to reason with. There's a narcissism that's associated with her expression of mental illness and so forth, and arrogance, controlling, forceful kind of controlling to a certain extent when she can and so forth. If I would have opened the door, she would have tried to force her way in. That's what would have happened. And then there would have been an altercation and somebody would have called the police, and then, her sons are there and so forth. And the next thing you know, I would be the one being handcuffed, because surely it must be something to do with me. So of course I didn't open the door. Plus she didn't deserve the respect of me opening the door. You don't show up at someone's home who never invited you with your kids trying to gain entry. So I responded back. I said, I don't know why you are here. I don't know how you found out about my address and so forth, but you're in the city, but you can't stay with me. I don't know what to tell you. And then she started going into some explanations about, well, I had to come, and is there any way do you know anybody else who can assist us? And I was like, I don't know anybody who could assist you. If I did know somebody who could assist you, I wouldn't call them, because it's disrespectful for, number one, you to show up in the city, popping up at somebody's house with your children, assuming that you're going to get assistance, assuming you're going to be inside the home. And of course, once again, what she wanted to do, she was hoping that the compliment that I mentioned, if I'm still involved with this person, hopefully that person will be home, or visiting and so forth. And then a woman shows up with her 3 children after traveling 20 hours from Kansas on a bus. Clearly you must have something going on. Who is this woman? You never told me about this person. What are you doing? That was her mindset. She was going to try to force her way in, because surely I'm not going to turn away a single mother with children. She was saying, I spent all the money I had on this one-way ticket. I don't have any more money to, to go back. I don't have anywhere to go, and I don't have any funds. My response was, well, you can take the bus back to Union Station, and you can sit in Union Station until somebody maybe sends you some money, but you're not staying with me. So clearly she miscalculated there. So eventually I hear a lot of movement around. I hear the luggage, the rolling suitcases and so forth going down the stairs, and they're talking back and forth. It actually started raining that night. So this was at nighttime. At this point, it was probably like 9 p.m. So she had to leave the building, walk down a couple of blocks, get on the bus, go back to the train station, and wait and so forth. Insane. So a few hours later, I get a text from her. She said, I'm at Union Station. I'm on my way back to Kansas. So either she got some money from somebody or she was lying, saying that she didn't have any money. She said, I'm on my way back to Kansas. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I thought that the spirits told you that we were coming and that we were in danger. Now you need to understand something. This is going to be something that's important going forward. When she's going down those stairs with her 3 teenage sons, after having drugged them 20 hours on a bus from Kansas to Washington, D.C., to show up at a man's house that she told them is her divine compliment, and he doesn't even open the door, and now they're on their way back, walking through the rain to get to the bus, and then they have to wait at the bus stop for the bus to come to take them to the metro train, and then wait for the metro train to take them to Union Station, and then wait for a train at Union Station or a bus to take them back to Kansas. That walk back to that bus stop is humiliation. Now she knows that the sisters that she lied to and told that she was going to be living in DC and she's going to be staying with me, they all are going to know. If they don't know already, if Kwesi hasn't informed them already, they're about to be informed. So now she has to come up with an excuse about why she popped up at my home. So she manufactures this ridiculous excuse that she builds upon over the next few years that ends up in the lawsuits, civil and the criminal case, about, I thought the spirits told you I was coming, that we were coming. The spirits didn't tell you that? I thought they told you that. And that we were in danger. So this is the beginning of that false narrative. So she's blocked from social media. I told her, do not contact me for any reason ever again. Of course, I know the game. I know what she's trying to do. She's trying to, force her way into my life and so forth, and force whoever she thought I was involved with out. So don't call me. I blocked her phone number, blocked her on, all social media. Of course, you're not invited and you're not allowed at any event that we have ever again going forward. We have 3 annual conferences that we've been doing for a number of years in DC and sometimes in other cities. And then we also have the event on Edisto Island. So, she's blocked from everything. This is the clean cut. We were never together in the first place. We met her one time for a minute and a half, the second time at an event, and she just happened to be one of the people there. And then all of a sudden she's at my house. So she said, well, I apologize. Some people have been messing with me, just like she said in the email. She had provocateurs. She's saying, I realize now that certain people are trying to mess with me spiritually, trying to distract me and so forth, but I'm not going to allow that. And at the end of her message, she said, well, peace to you and your divine compliment. So that simply confirms the reality. On her mind the entire time was me and my divine compliment, and she was planning to disrupt that entire thing in her mind. Of course, that didn't happen, but what started after she left and went back to Kansas was 3 years of cyber stalking, which then culminated after that 3 years was up of her return to Washington, D.C., where she relocated to the city to stalk me. Okay, so this is part 4, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So now the individual is back in the state of Kansas, and a 3-year period of cyber stalking begins, and now we really get into the weeds of what's going to eventually manifest in the civil case, as well as the civil cases, as well as the criminal cases. Now, she's blocked from social media. I blocked her from all social media, so I don't know what's going on right now. About a month or so later, I started sending out the information for our annual event that's going to take place on Edisto Island in February. So I normally start sending that information out in October and November so people can get prepared and so forth, and people can start to register. Somewhere around November, a couple of months later, she sends a deposit for the retreat, for the event on Edisto Island. And then I found out from other sisters who are going, who went before, that she reached out to them and said, hey, are you all going again? Are we, the sisters had rented out a beach house before and they stayed together, and then would come over there from that beach house and come to the main house for the lectures and so forth. She's reaching out to them and saying, hey, who wants to share a house? And, how are we gonna, what's your travel arrangement looking like and so forth? And she really didn't get it. She didn't understand yet. It hadn't been clear enough yet that, no, you're not allowed permanently for the rest of your life. It's not like I was mad for a few weeks, but you can come back to the event. You're never coming back. So, but deep down, she did understand, but she's trying to force her way in once again. So I get this deposit, and I see it in PayPal, of course, through my business account. So I send the deposit back, of course, and I send a message saying, like I said before, you are not allowed at any event for any reason, ever, period. Don't contact me, don't email me for any reason, period. So, some time goes by, some weeks go by, and then somebody sends me a DM, and they send me some screenshots, and they're like, hey, did you see this? So while this person is blocked, mainly on Facebook, that's the, at the time, the social media platform that she was utilizing, she has me all over her website. She's posting my books, she's posting the links. She starts using, at some point, my last name, Akhan. She's using the terminology that we use. We talk about the Akhan religion, Akhan ancestry religion. We're using terms like Nsamanfo that you saw, and Inyame and Inyamewa, the Akhan term for the supreme being and so forth, and Abosom, and all this terminology, as well as the various 31 plus books that are published. And people are assuming that because of the last name and because of the nomenclature that she employs as part of the work that we do, oh, they must be together. People told me later, oh, I thought you all were married. Same last name, utilizing your stuff and so forth. She has my stuff all over her pages, multiple posts and everything else. But what's even more important, she put forward this false idea, narrative, and even campaign that she's the owner of a black town in Kansas. And this black township called Quindaro Township, which was a city a number of years ago that was founded by black people at some point. She starts saying that she's the owner of this black town. She created a town website. She had listened to my broadcast about the independent black town movement after the Civil War and pre-Civil War, when different black communities, escaped from slavery, or even after enslavement, went to different parts of the country and incorporated their own independent black towns, hundreds of them. Instead of trying to integrate, they said, we're going to be independent. They got land, they incorporated towns, they built businesses, similar to Black Wall Street, but there were hundreds of independent black towns, and some of them still exist. Mound Bayou, Mississippi, for example, is one of those independent black towns. Atlantic Beach in South Carolina, it's been around for nearly 100 years. That's another independent black town that still exists today, 100 years later. North Brentwood, Maryland, it's been around for nearly 100 years. I think next year is the 100-year anniversary. independent black town. So we've talked about that on our broadcast and our books and so forth. So now all of a sudden, she's the owner of a black town. She has different tabs on the website. This is where the criminality comes in and the narcissistic, expression of that. She has different tabs on the website. Garbage pickup day. Hey, everybody, don't forget, Tuesday is garbage pickup day. She has another tab on the website. If you want to open your black business in our town, we're talking about, community development and empowerment for black people, African people, and so forth. You can open your business in our town. You have to have a business license. She has a PayPal button so people can purchase business licenses to operate their black business in this black township and so forth. Totally fraudulent. But then she, filed frivolous lawsuits against the United States government, against the state of Kansas, and others. Let's look at one of those real quick. As you can see here, she's talking about she's the managing partner of company of Nduru, which is Quindaro versus the United States, Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. We're gonna talk about the individual Esther Ross and so forth. She's talking about in this particular filing and many future filings and so forth is that she's claiming to be a black Native American, but also Akhan. Now, once she was disconnected and forced away from our home, she was trying to attach herself to our organization and Akhan ancestry religion. But now that she can't claim to be connected to us, and she never was, now all of a sudden she's a black Native American, but she's also Akhan. She created this fake narrative that, some Akhan people were forced into North America during enslavement, but some Akhan people came before enslavement, and they came over here and established towns, and some of those towns, are in the Midwest, and one of them was the Quindaro town and so forth that she's calling Nduru, and she made up an etymology for it. And she is descended from the people who created that town, and that town belongs to her. So she wove this whole black Native American story that previous to that, she, of course, was against black people pretending like they're Native Americans and so forth. But now she flipped onto it. A few years later, when she's in the midst of the criminal case, she put a post out saying, I was wrong and I'm not an Indian and all this other stuff. But at this point, she's filing, and by the way, these cases are still going on, and she recently filed another writ of certiorari with the Supreme Court trying to push this nonsense. So she's forcing these fraudulent cases through the system. So what's important, how is this related to me with regard to this black township? Not only is she using my name all over and people are assuming that, oh, he must be part of this black town as well. I've been studying his work as well, so all these years, oh, they have a black town? Oh, I want to look into that. Maybe I can relocate. Maybe I can open up a business there. She had my image, my face, my title on the website for the Quindaro Township. She said I was a trustee on the board of this town, and she's selling these fake business licenses. Now, if the feds came and someone is selling fake business licenses and they're trying to see who's behind this, she's homeless. So whose face is on the website? My face is on the website. So she's trying to draw me in, number one, to something criminal that could set me up for something criminal. But number two, she's also trying to attach herself to me using my last name and also, saying that I'm on the board of trustees of this fake town. She's talking about the different holiday observances, traditional holiday observances that they have in the town. And one of them is going to honor me as the Asafo Hene, which means warrior chief of the Choctaw Nation in North America. And I'm going to be honored as the warrior chief for all the work I've done for this black town and for black people in North America. And there's a holiday dedicated to me. Now, a couple of things are insane, of course. The Choctaw Nation in North America. I'm not one of these individuals who are so consumed with self-hatred that they're pretending that our people didn't come from Africa into the Western Hemisphere. They're pretending like, oh, we're Native Americans, we were already here, there's no such thing as slave ships, and we didn't come on a slave ship. There's a small contingent of Black people who've been pushing that narrative, and it's always based in self-hatred. It's total nonsense. It's always based in self-hatred. We've learned to hate our noses, hate our lips, hate our skin color, hate our hair texture, hate everything about ourselves from the enslaver, the white enslaver. And some of our people have taken that to the extreme, pretending like our people never came from the continent of Africa, and they have this little silly movement going about they're the original Native Americans. So we've written about that, we've exposed that, totally against that. If somebody thought that I was claiming to be a warrior chief of the Choctaw Nation, pretending like I'm a Native American, that would destroy any credibility I have as a true historian. Whenever people read my books, they see how thorough the information is, the linguistics, the cosmology, the true story, history, and so forth. If they were to read what was on that site and believe that I'm claiming to be a Choctaw, which is ridiculous, that would destroy my credibility as a historian, as someone talking about culture and spirituality and empowerment for our people. I would just be another self-hating individual trying to put forward false narratives for some kind of financial gain or gaining some kind of power or influence over a small group of people. So of course, this is insane. So I put out a PSA at some point. In fact, it was 2019. I put out a PSA on Facebook and eventually on Instagram, simply letting people know, if you see this site, there's an individual, she's using different names and so forth, we are not in any way affiliated with this individual. This is plagiarism. It's also a false narrative. It's also, criminal and so forth. We have nothing to do with this individual. If you want to know who we are connected to, simply reach out to us. Never believe individuals who are simply plagiarists, vulgar plagiarists. So we put that PSA out. I'm going to show you that PSA, but first let's look at a couple of emails regarding this Quindaro Township that are that were entered into evidence, as part of this trial. First, I want to show you the first PSA we sent out in 2019 because we had to send out another one. It says, plagiarist alert, Sakomufo, that's the title she was giving herself. I talk about myself, Odwirafo, Kwesi, Nehem, Ptah, Akhan, not affiliated with in any form, nor do we support in any form or fashion this individual, the different titles she's given herself and the different fake little businesses and titles that she threw up. We do not support manipulative plagiarists. The reason why some assumed from the outset that we had an affiliation with this individual is because of the phraseology, titles of courses, images, etc. used by this individual have been plagiarized directly from our website. Books, blog talk radio broadcasts, our 6-week courses, and articles. Always seek us out as the source if you have any question regarding whom we are affiliated with, and we will gladly share that information. Never assume because the fraudulent plagiarists who seek to benefit financially off of a false affiliation with us abound. For the original source material from which this plagiarism derives, see our publications, institution page, blog talk radio page, and WordPress page for the free downloads of our 31 books, 353 broadcasts, our 6-week online courses, and more. And I give all the different links. All that stuff can be downloaded for free. And then we go up to the top, the second PSA we'll talk about a little bit later also, but we just wanted to show scam alert, Quindaro Township, exposing a scam artist attempting to profit off of our name. Quindaro Township is a scam propagated by an individual now calling herself Sakomufo and other titles and so forth. She's changed names multiple times. Some of you recall that we exposed this individual last year for plagiarizing our work. So this was later on, 2020, 2021, and so forth. But the first one was 2019. And attempting to gain followers and generate revenue through fraudulently associating herself with our organization and my name in particular. She subsequently began creating online classes, events, initiatives, and crowdfunding efforts, attempting to solicit funds for her fraud. We are not affiliated in any way with this individual, nor the fraudulent Quindaro Township and its related false history propagated On his website, this individual has attempted to scam multiple individuals, male and female, connected to our organization, yet she was thwarted at every turn. This individual would subsequently seek to plagiarize our work and create multiple Facebook pages to ensnare unaware individuals into supporting her scam and sending money. There were a number of individuals who assumed that we were affiliated because of the language used on her website and business pages, and including the name Odwirafo as part of her organization. They were ready to fully support her and her scams initiatives until we filled them in. Because of a number of us had blocked this individual on all social media platforms, as well as email addresses, she assumed that we would never discover that she had created a new page and website associating herself with us once again to further her scams. She has been reported. For those who did not see our post from last year exposing this individual the first time as a plagiarist, see the post below. So we had to put out the first PSA 2019, another one 2020, and so forth, just to alert people of what's going on. Now, I want to show you in the comments section a corroboration for what we said by some of the comments from the people. So if you look in the comments section, you see the individual, Joe Sakar's son, somebody I know. He says, bruh, she's got you on the site as a township trustee and chieftain of the Choctaw Nation in North America. This is crazy. Then another brother, Obafemi, he says, she texted my number asking about donations. So we put the scam alert out, and then people responded by saying, hey, she reached out to me. Hey, she's trying to say you're a Choctaw, which is insane. And other people reached out to me individually, letting me know the messages they got from her directly and the things they saw on the website. Now, let's go to another email that became part of the court record and is still part of the court record, where she herself is reaching out to me through a different email address. I blocked her from the other email address. So she would create multiple email addresses. When I would block that one, she'll email me from a different one. When I block that one, she'll email me from a different one. When I block that one, she'll email me through one of my other business email addresses and so forth, constantly trying to force herself on me. Now, listen to what she says in this email. August 13th, 2020, 2 years after showing up at my home, 2 years after me telling her don't ever communicate with me for any reason, under any circumstances. And her response to that is, well, I'll just make you a township trustee of a fake town, try to raise money off of your popularity, and start using your last name and make people believe that we're married. So, what does she say? August 13th, 2020. Greetings. I have been working tirelessly to save our black township. You don't have a town. I've been working tirelessly to save our black township, and though I was recently able to save thousands of black families from foreclosure with the help of Ra Sekiyar's temple and his faithful supporters, by raising the $906 we needed to pay our federal court filing fees. Of course, that's not true. She didn't save thousands of black families from anything. I still do not have anywhere to lay my head on my own land because it's not your land. So again, she says, I am both homeless and penniless. Yet I'm on the website, and the sister that she wrote here, she also put her face on the website, which she made her take it down. But we're on the website as township trustees and so forth. But she's homeless and penniless. So if the feds came through, they would be arresting us until we disassociate ourselves with this scam. Now, here's the key piece, which is legal as well. Of the 3 members of Quindaro Company, which is the general partnership that owns the land, and of course she doesn't own any land, I named number 1, Odwirafo Kwesi Nehem Ptah Akhan as my successor in interest. Now she's placing me on legal documents when she's filing these, documents talking about she's, filing these documents against United States government and, state of Kansas and Wyandotte County and so forth. She has me as a successor in interest on this fake company associated with a fake town. She mentioned me and she mentioned 2 other individuals. Then she says, I no longer have the will to continue fighting an uphill battle alone, being shot in front by my enemies and stabbed in the back by my people, all in an effort to preserve our legacy, heritage, land, and freedom as Black people, which is nonsense. Now, if you look at my response, and this is for, at some point, at first I used to reject her emails. I would just delete them. But after a while, after, over a year or 2 and so forth, I was like, maybe I need to start, saving these emails. And I started saving them. So some of them I deleted, but I have enough to do what we need to do in court. My response here, and this was purely, really not a message to her per se, because she's, of course, not listening, but it was to create a paper trail, just in case. I said, do not use my name for any reason, under any circumstances. As I stated before, do not contact me by any means for any reason at any time now or in the future ever. As of the sending of this email, your email address will be blocked, just as your phone number and all social media accounts have been blocked already. And the few times that I responded to her, when she would send multiple emails, usually I wouldn't respond. When people are narcissistic, they want to, as long as they're engaging you and they get you to engage, even if it's an argument or a debate or a contention, they feel like they're winning if they can get you to engage them. The worst thing in the world for a narcissist is to be totally ignored or dismissed. That's when they ramp up their forced engagement. But I ended the email like I ended a couple of other emails. As soon as I send this email will be blocked, so do not respond because I'm not listening to that. Another email a few months later. Now, this is another key point that corroborates what we said in our PSA. She's calling me the warrior chief of the Choctaw Nation and so forth, and dedicating a holiday to me. That's supposed to be flattering. Maybe that's going to make me realize she's my divine complement. Pure nonsense. So this is what she says. This is a message of loving correction. Please receive it as such. We are one people, one family, one nation. We've never been a family. We've never been one. She has nothing to do with our organization. Nanasom amamre amainsesu should be our focus. We must put our egos and petty differences aside. Insane, narcissistic talk. You are destroying my children's belief in Nanasom, which simply means ancestral religion. Please kill me instead. They have lost all trust in Inyame wa Inyame, meaning the Supreme Being, the Abosom and Nananom and Samanfo, the deities and ancestral spirits, because of you. I spent years cultivating their individual and collective Echi sign, and I am doing all within my power to fulfill my Nkrabia, which means destiny. So what she's saying right here is her children, who were first interested in African culture and spirituality and history and development and, empowerment and all these different things, because of me, they're losing their interest in that. And we need to put our petty ego differences aside. This is an individual who tried to, put me on a fake website and put me in the United States courts, including the Supreme Court, on a fake town and saying I'm the successor in interest and all this other nonsense. Now, let's look at the rest of it. Notice she capitalizes humble yourself and listen to the advice of your Nananom Nsamafo, your spiritually cultivated ancestresses and ancestors. I lay upon your head my children's rejection of ancestral religion until you do. Get a reading to see the error of your ways before it is too late. You owe my children sincere apologies in the name of all that is divine. Every single word on the Quindaro Township website can be easily fact-checked. Of course, it can't. And the final piece, she says some other stuff, but I cannot cancel your lifetime appointment as Obeshwe Kuro Asafo Hini, or the Sister Mukajara's lifetime appointment as Abesiafo Kuro Aberewa, according to Akhan matrilineal government protocol. You both must decline these appointments, and if you do, you will never hear from me again. Problem solved. So here she's admitting that she gave me a lifetime appointment of Asafo Henni. Asafo means warrior, and Ohenni in the Akhan language means king or chief. So Asafo Henni means warrior chief. She said she gave me a lifetime appointment of a warrior chief within this fake town, and she can't cancel the lifetime appointment unless I, as well as the other sister, but she gave her a lifetime appointment to another fake title. But unless we, formally decline these positions, then they're just in place because according to our Akhan matrilineal protocol, she can't, remove these sacred titles. Pure nonsense, purely made up. She learned about Akhan culture from our website and our books and, broadcasts and so forth. She learned about matrifocal societies and so forth from our website. And now she's making up things that have absolutely nothing to do with Akhan culture. Of course, if somebody was reading this in the way it was written, they would assume that she knows what she's talking about. She's talking about Akhan matrilineal protocol and lifetime appointments and using the tree, the Akhan language with certain titles, and people would say, wow, she's really knowledgeable. Pure foolishness. Not 1 ounce of this information is accurate. Purely made up. But it proves once again that she's building this case that lifetime, I'm to be with her for a lifetime. We're to have our own town for a lifetime. I'm supposed to be the warrior chief and she's going to be the queen mother, and you're going to see that in some future documents and so forth. Pure nonsense. So another email, part of the court record and so forth, we want to put forward. Now she's explaining to me, and this was December 7th, 2020, what I need to do, what is my responsibility, what I should be doing with regard to this township. 2020 now, 2 years after I told her never to contact me, she still contacted me. We put out the plagiarist alert 2019. She's still contacting me. She lost hundreds of followers because once they found out that she was the plagiarist and the scam artist, they started leaving her, friends list and so forth, but she's still going forward. We put out another, scam alert, PSA, the following year, 2020, and she's still sending emails. Look at this email coming forward on December 7th, 2020. Odwirafo, that's me. She says, please see above. We, my Nananom Nsamanfo and I, she's saying my ancestral spirits and I, have committed to provide Mukajara with salary-free housing and land to establish Ma'ati village. I need someone to verify the legal research in the 2 documents below to confirm that I have cited the most relevant and recent laws and case citations to ensure we are able to keep our promise and secure billions of dollars of resources on behalf of Black people in federal court. You are the only person I know with the expertise needed to complete this task, and that is close to the Library of Congress. Of course, that's in DC. If you assist me, I will pay you 40% of all monies Quindaro Company collects in its current cases and the pending cases that will be filed against 3 other surrounding counties, which is more than enough to fund all of your Akongwaswia initiatives. All that I ask is that you, number 1, assist me with the legal research on these cases. Number 2, pick me up from Kansas City and drive me to Atlanta, Georgia. 3, send me enough money via PayPal to rent a hotel room until you arrive. 4, include sufficient funds for me to have food, fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds to eat. And this is my last shot, do or die. The temperature here would drop to 22 degrees starting at 3 p.m. and I have nowhere to go. My Nananom Nsamanfo, ancestresses and ancestors, said you and Mukajara would help me and I would not die here in the cold. I trust them. So look. So basically, I need to drive to Kansas. I need to pick her up. I need to drive her to Georgia. I need to give her money. I need to put her up in a hotel. I need to buy her food. I need to help her file these cases. I need to do the work. I need to work for her because this is our town after all. It's our town. Totally dismissive of 2 years of requests and demands to not contact me for any reason, under any circumstances. And of course, she keeps going. This is part of that mental illness. But once again, when we talk about expressions of mental illness, there's some people who are catatonic. Their perception of reality is totally twisted. As I said, they can just walk out into traffic. They don't see the difference between reality and what's in their head. Then you have other individuals who are antisocial personalities, psychopathic personalities and so forth, very articulate, very intellectual, very sharp. It appears from the outside, but they're still imbalanced, self-destructive, narcissistic, and various other things. They know exactly what they're doing. They're not unaware. They know what they're doing is criminal when they're engaged in criminality. They know exactly what they're doing, and they engage in various forms of subterfuge and different kinds of machinations to get away with the things they're doing. Just like a serial killer, they know exactly what they're doing, and they plot, plan, and, do whatever they need to do to get the job done. She's one of these individuals. She's not so mentally ill that she doesn't understand what's happening, or she's so delusional that she doesn't know what's taking place, or she believes what she's saying. She knows what she's saying is totally inaccurate, totally false. She's building fake narratives, and we will show that as the series goes on. So when it gets to the court case, she talked about sending money through PayPal and so forth. Let's look at the next phase when I've blocked all these different email addresses and she's emailing me through different addresses. She's blocked, so now she starts to use PayPal. PayPal money requests. You can send a PayPal money request to somebody. They can't block you in PayPal. It looks like a regular business transaction. I go to my business PayPal account and, you see PayPal money requests from this individual. Let's look at a few of those. Just a few, because many of them are just deleted, but a few of them are saved. And this is what we have. So let's look at some of the dates first. October 7th, 2020, $20. She's asking for October 26th, 2020, another 20. December 7th, 150. December 7th, 150. December 7th, again, 150. December 7th, 150. May 27th, 2021, $25. June 4th, 2021, $25. And what's important also, one of the reasons why she sent the PayPal money requests is when you're sending money requests, you can add a note about what the money request is for. So you see in the note section, this is her way to communicate with me since I've blocked her from various emails. Reclaiming 138 square miles of land for Black Safe Haven. Please donate for internet, $183. And then the court case and so forth. Another message. The temperature low here is 21 degrees. I have no heat. Have compassion. Quindaro Township, Quindaro Company, and so forth. Another message. December 7th. Please check your contact at conchefilms.com email address. Without your help, white people are literally going to be able to keep $687 billion in land stolen from Black people. I need you to help me with the legal research, please, for my children. June 4th, 2021, I'm not responding, of course. She turns it up a notch. This message is being channeled by the Akhan, Nananom Nsamanfo, spiritually cultivated ancestresses and ancestors on my behalf to relay to you. Listen and do not be disrespectful. Put your ego aside and exercise emotional intelligence. I am a woman from the grindstone, according to Ptah. See me with new eyes. Pretend you have never met me and do not know me, because in many ways you have not met me and do not know me. Go to her website, scroll down to publications, download the book there and read it in its entirety. Then go back to her website, scroll to Township, read all the information. So a couple of things are happening here. She's utilizing PayPal to communicate with me since she's been blocked and asking for money. Of course, she's not going to get the money, but at the same time, she's going to, send notes. And she's sending notes asking for money. It's getting cold. It's getting cold and the temperature is dropping. I'm going to die and so forth. Spanning over a few years. She's been dying in the cold for years. She's just been dying. Every year, dying in the cold. Resurrecting, apparently, dying the next winter. So, sending these messages. But once, it gets to a point where I'm not listening, then she's channeling now a message from the ancestresses and ancestors. And, this kind of foolishness is disrespectful to your actual ancestresses and ancestors, your great-great-great-grandmothers and great-grandfathers who lived in harmony with divine order, and they have a responsibility to assist you in your development as agents of the Supreme Being. They are directed by the Supreme Being to assist us in our development. Since they lived a harmonious life within their clan on earth, they can show us as members of their clan how to live in harmony with divine order on earth. So she's totally disrespecting that entire relationship by pretending to channel honorable, venerable ancestresses and ancestors to give me a message to give her money. So it's absurd. So when she talks about read my book and so forth, at this point, it's a few years later. She's been blocked. She's been exposed. A number of people have exposed her. She's changed her name on different occasions. She gave herself a new title and so forth. So all of a sudden, when we put out 6-week online courses, we started in 2019 or 2019, and we will put out a 6-week online course and then another 6-week online course and another one. And as we said, we have 40 online courses. Some of them are 6-week courses, some of them are 4-week and so forth. All of a sudden, she started putting out 6-week online courses. She's taking images from my website and putting them on her website. She's using the same terminology and so forth. I have 31 books I've published and the ebook versions are free. All of a sudden, you'll find later on that she's talking about she has 20 books that she's published and the 20 online versions of her books are free as well. Utilizing the images and collages and things that we've used for broadcasts and, articles and everything else. And somehow they're showing up on her site. She's writing about other things, but she's incorporating, information directly from our website, articles, books, and everything else, terminology, making people believe that we're connected. So now all of a sudden she has a number of books out, she has a number of 6-week online courses out and so forth, all this different information. So she's been exposed, a number of people are finding out what's happening. So now she has to write a book to put this fake narrative together. Remember when she left my home and she was at Union Station? She's like, well, I thought the spirits told you that we were coming. And then she said, and we were in danger. That was the beginning of the lie that she was in danger. That's going to be very important, talking about why she showed up in DC once again. So this is another email, part of the court record and so forth. She's emailing the county clerk of Jackson County in Kansas City. What is she saying to the county clerk? Where in this land, the Quindaro town site land exists. What is she telling these people? It's Quindaro Company and Quindaro Township. Greetings, this correspondence is to bring to your attention Kansas District Court case in which Quindaro Company is seeking to recover its private property land, which was stolen and illegally annexed by the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, in addition to monetary damages and punitive damages, and also Kansas District Court case in which Quindaro Township is seeking to reestablish its independent local government and recover its township, which was illegally abolished and annexed by the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, in addition to monetary damages and punitive damages. Similarly, Quindaro Company is seeking to recover its private property land that was stolen and illegally annexed by your county, in addition to monetary damages and punitive damages, and Quindaro Township is seeking to reestablish its independent local government and recover its township, which was illegally abolished and annexed by your county in addition to monetary damages and punitive damages. Quindaro Company and its members and Quindaro Township and its residents are a peaceful people and seek to avoid litigation. Thus, we will not file suit against your county if it agrees to surrender our private property land and township within 30 days. It may also be helpful to know that we are giving unauthorized residents a full year until December 31st, 2021 to vacate Quindaro Township, in addition to guest income-based lease options that allow residents to pay no more than 22% of their monthly income in rent, and the guest business lease option that allow business owners to pay more than 25 cents per square foot per month to retain their business locations. To learn more, please visit Quindaro Township. We look forward to your response and pray for a peaceful solution. Thank you. So, basically, she's telling the Wyandotte government, we're filing a lawsuit against you for billions of dollars. We're ready to move on this fake, fraudulent lawsuit, pretending like, this land belongs to us. And by us, she means her, because nobody's part of Quindaro Company, is just her. Homeless, penniless, sitting outside, typing some nonsense. But she gave them 30 days to get out of town. But if you want to stay in town, there's a lease option for individuals. You can pay no more than 22% of your income, and then you can pay us, meaning her, and you can stay in town. And if you have a business, we have a formula that we put together that you can pay us on a monthly basis to lease your property space. But if not, you got 30 days to get out of my town. This became part of the lawsuit that she filed, hundreds of pages, in DC Superior Court. So, that's what's going on. So again, after all of this, she's been shut down. She put this information out. She's sending the PayPal money requests and so forth, talking about I'm a successor in interest to Quindaro and all this other stuff. That's when we sent out the second Quindaro Township scam alert on Facebook to let everybody know this new scam that she's developed over the past couple of years, and the book she's written about This Is Our Township and who we are and how we came to America, and we're indigenous Native Americans, but we're also Akhan. I'm still going to maintain that, false narrative, because I said it before, so I can't all of a sudden abandon that ethnicity and pretend like I'm Native American, so I'm both now. Threatening the Wyandotte government. I don't care about people threatening the government, but at least it should be accurate. So, so we shut all of that down. And when people saw that on the second PSA, the scam alert, we really shut some things down. At least we made it clear that she is not affiliated with us, with me, but with us, my organization in general, and anybody I associate with. So once that happened, as we said before, someone who has narcissistic tendencies and so forth, or expressions, when you're dismissive or you shut down anything that they're dealing with, but you're not engaging them directly, they have to turn things up a notch or 2 notches or 1,000 notches. She realized that she was not being effective, so she decided that for the first time in 3 years, she was going to have to engage me in person. So she returned to Washington, D.C., and showed up at my doorstep once again after 3 years. Part 5, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So, after 3 years of cyber stalking, after 3 years of me having to put out fires to make sure that people people who are connected to me, people who don't know me and so forth, or don't know our organization, understand that we're not affiliated with this individual. Also, incidentally, just in case, to let law enforcement know we have nothing to do with this scam and this pseudo website, this nonsensical lawsuit asking for $687 billion and so forth. We have nothing to do with any of this. After putting out those fires for 3 years, she returns. So how did this take place? So I'm at home one evening, I'm getting ready to leave and go, do some business and so forth. And as I'm walking by through the hallway and so forth, I hear, a piece of paper slide through my door. Now, normally in this building, if somebody orders Chinese food from a certain restaurant, when the delivery person comes, they'll deliver the food, but they'll slide one of their menus through everybody's door on each floor. So when I hear the paper moving through, I'm like, oh, that's a menu. So I keep walking, I do what I'm doing, I'll get the menu later. But when I walk back past the door, I see that it's not a menu, it's an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. I'm like, okay, well that's, sometimes the building, if they're having, an issue, say if they have to shut down the main water line for like an hour or so, they'll send out a notification, they'll slide it through everybody's door like a few days ahead of time. On this date, the water will be off from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. so we can make some repairs, just make sure you don't try to use the water at that time. So I'm assuming it's like that. But then another piece of paper slides through the door, and another piece of paper slides through, and another piece of paper slides through, and then all of a sudden there's a pile of 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper piling up on my floor. And then for some reason, some dollar bills are being shoved through the door as well. So when I see this, I'm like, okay, this is this individual. This is TL. She's on the other side of the door. She is back in DC from Kansas for the first time in 3 years, back at my home, stalking once again. So I walk over and pick up one of the pieces of paper. What did she say in a previous message? You need to read my books, go to my website, read my book, and learn the truth and humble yourself and all of this other nonsense. These are pages from her book. The fraudulent book that she's written telling her little fake story about, the Quindaro Township and some other things and other stuff that we're going to get into. So she's sitting on the other side of the door, and we'll show an image. I took a picture because I knew it was going to be important. I took a picture of these pages and the money, for some reason, sliding the money through. I don't know why she was trying to make it rain through the door. I don't know what was the purpose of the dollar bills, but the money, the pages of the book were part of, she's trying to force me to read that book once again. As she's mentioned in many emails that were deleted. So now she's sitting on the floor, leaning against the door, and now she's talking through the door. She's ranting, then she's talking softly, then she's crying, and then she's raising her voice, and then she rants some more, and then she's talking softly and talking about all these different things, and why are you making me sit out here? How long are you gonna make me sit out here? And you're supposed to be helping me, and a number of different nonsensical things. She's being, manifesting. She's manic and so forth. So now I make the decision. Once again, the first time she came, of course, I didn't open the door. Once again, if I was to open up the door and try to reason with this individual, not only is she imbalanced, but she's also calculating, also has a criminal mindset, also a narcissistic mindset. She would try to rush in and force her way in and fight her way in. And then there would be an altercation. And then hopefully she would try to blame that on me, and the police would come and, lock me up and take me away because of her. So, of course, I don't speak to her. I don't say anything. I simply call the police. The first time in my entire life that I called the police on somebody. So about 90 minutes later, police arrive. I'm at the top floor. It's only one stairwell going up. There's no stairwell going down. So since I'm at the top floor, if someone is coming upstairs, you have no way to get down unless you pass them. So I hear the police coming up and I hear them on the intercom and so forth. So once I hear them get upstairs and confront her, then I come out. And I have the pages of the book and I have her dollar bills and I give her her dollar bills and give her the pages of her book back. And they're asking what's going on. It's a male officer and a female officer. So I start explaining, this person showed up at my house. She's trespassing. We've never had any form of relationship whatsoever. I showed them the August 28th email when she talked about I'm her divine complement. I told them how she showed up at my home only 4 weeks after that email and so forth. All of that information. So then the female officer looks at her and says, okay, so what are you doing here? And she starts rambling. Well, he needs to help me with this case because he needs to help me file this case because he says he's about Black people and he needs to help Black people with this case because we have this land and all this other stuff. And the female officer is like, but that doesn't explain why are you here? He doesn't want you here. What are you doing at his home? Why are you here? And she keeps rambling on and on. And so eventually they force her to leave. And she's like, well, if he's saying that he doesn't want me here, then I'll just leave. That's okay. I'll just leave. As if she never heard that before in the past 3 years. So she leaves. The female officer says, listen, she's clearly mentally ill. What you need to do is file for an anti-stalking order. She gave me the information about how to do that and the links and so forth. The male officer, trying to be funny, is like, well, you know, it's a bad situation, but you got to admit, you must be doing something right if they're stalking you. You got to be doing something right. So, you know. So eventually they left. The next day I filed for an anti-stalking order, a temporary protection order and so forth. They give you an emergency hearing. A few days later, she was back at my house, inside my building. And once again, the only way you can get in the building is if you have the code, if you have a key, or if you're standing outside waiting for someone to leave the building or waiting for somebody to come in so they can be polite enough to open the door for you. So that means she's outside, stalking, kneeling around, waiting for somebody to come out this building so she can run up and grab the door and so forth. So she's back inside the building, banging on my door again. I simply say through the door, because the other day I did not speak to her at all. I just, spoke to the officers, totally dismissive of her. This time I said, get away from my door or I'm calling the police. And she knew I would, do that. I'm not going to go back and forth with her. I don't go back and forth with people in general, but definitely I'm not going to go back and forth with her. I just let her know, get away from the door or I'll be calling the police. She yelled some things through the door like, you need to help me, and talking about her son and all this other stuff. A few minutes later, she leaves the building. So eventually I have an emergency court appearance, and this starts the legal process. They give me a 14-day anti-stalking order. In 14 days, we have a court date. In the meantime, I am to serve her with a summons. So that means I have to either have a process server or have somebody else serve her with this summons to let her know a case has been filed against you and this is the court date. And once that process began, this is when her legal maneuvers and machinations and manipulations start. Okay, so this is part 6, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So now the process begins, where first I need to serve this individual with a summons, because if she doesn't receive the summons and she's not legally informed that there's a case against her, then the case can't move forward. She's homeless though, so I don't know where she is. I have 14 days to serve her a summons, but I don't know where she is. I know she came from Kansas, I don't know where she is. I don't know where she's staying temporarily and so forth. I don't know if she's still in the city. I don't know what's going on. So at some point, a friend of mine who has a business, she ordered something from my friend. I told my friend about what's happening, and she said, oh, she ordered something from me. And I sent it to her in Washington, D.C. I sent it to this particular address. And I'm like, okay, she must be staying in Washington, D.C. It turns out that she relocated to Washington, D.C. to stalk me. So she gave me the address. So once I got the address, I learned from the police how they attempt to serve people. So the officer told me, you need to drive over to that district, park in that area, call 911 so you can get police officers from that particular district. They'll come meet you. They take the documents, the serving documents and so forth, the summons. Then they go into the place and try to serve the individual. So I went over to that district in that neighborhood, called the police, waited for like 40 minutes for them to come. They came and got the documents, and they went to the address. Now, it turns out that this is a woman's shelter. So we went on a number of occasions. I can't go, they have to go themselves. First time they went, the person at the front desk says, well, we can't confirm or deny the identity of anybody who, stays at this facility. So the police come back and say, listen, we can't. They said they can't give out that information. We can't make them give it out. So another time I go back with the police and so forth. They take the documents of different police officers. They go in, and the man at the front desk said, oh yeah, we know her. She's here every day. She's not here tonight, but she's normally here every day. So yeah, she's always here. Just come back tomorrow. She'll be here. Normally they have to be here by 7 p.m. in order to get their bed. She didn't make it this, in time this time, but she'll be back tomorrow. So just come back tomorrow around this time. She'll be here. And they were like, okay, we'll be back tomorrow. So I came back the next day, called the police. Another couple of officers came, got the documents, went inside the shelter. It was a different person at the front desk. They said, we've never heard of this person. So it was clear that she had the ear of certain people who worked there and other people she didn't. She would probably tell certain people, this is my ex-boyfriend and he's trying to stalk me. So please don't let him know I'm here and so forth. So eventually I went to court. It was twice. The first time I went to court, I said I tried to serve. We just found out that the first time I went, I said, we didn't have an address on her, but just before this court date, I found out a possible address. So can I get an extension for a certain number of days so I can try to serve her at this address? They gave me a continuance. They pushed the date back for 2 more weeks. That's when we tried to serve her on multiple occasions, like 3 days in a row and so forth. Then I went back to court. My case was called, and I told the judge, well, we tried to serve on multiple occasions. This individual is clearly evading service. The judge was like, well, we can't keep continuing it. And I acknowledged that, and I said, well, I appreciate that. If we can just dismiss the case, and then I'll try to figure out if I need to pay a process server or figure out some kind of way to get to this individual. She said, okay, I will dismiss the case without prejudice. That means that if you need to file, you can refile right away. And I said, thank you, and that was that. So the case is dismissed until I can figure out how to serve the individual. So the next evening when I came home, I opened up my door and there was a packet on the floor. And when I looked at the packet, it was from the stalker. So she has been back in my building again. She got inside. She slid a packet up under the door. And this is what was in the packet that she slid under the door. Okay, so you can see it says legal notice. Let's read what this document says. And of course, that legal notice is a nonsensical title that she just put in red as though it's some legal notice, which is not. She says, Odwirafo, the purpose of this correspondence is to notify you of definite litigation against you in the future for frivolous prosecution in superior court case and defamation of character for derogatory social media posts regarding her. If you fail to take recommended action as stated in the correspondence and which is being supported by the Superior Court. And then she mentions some stuff about the Superior Court and so forth. She says the Superior Court has agreed to perform mediation free of charge to prevent the aforementioned litigation because I have advised all matters of contention between us are exclusively the product of compounded misunderstandings. I truly believe if you do 3 simple things, download and read the book, Blacktown Movement, read the website in its entirety, and register for a free PACER account and review all documents filed in Kansas District Court, practically all matters of contention between us will spontaneously disintegrate if you are willing to participate in free mediation as offered by Superior Court located at this particular place. After performing the recommended tasks, please call this number and schedule an appointment prior to December 17th and reference Superior Court case number along with my supplied contact information. It is my hope that we will be able to resolve all matters of contention between us without further need for litigation, if for no other reason than in the best interest of the Black people we both profess to love, serve, and represent in integrity. Okay, so of course this is idiotic, pure nonsense. There's no mediation offered, total fraud. She's trying once again to force me to read her silly book about her fraudulent ownership of land which she has no ownership over. She wants to force me to work with her. Just like she did with the Wyandotte County government, she's trying to I guess she thinks she's a soprano or something. She's gonna force them. You got 30 days to get out of town or we're gonna litigate. We're gonna hit you for billions of dollars. You're gonna have to bow down to what I say or else you're getting hit with this litigation. She's telling me, if you don't do what I say, you're gonna be sued for, defamation and malicious prosecution. All nonsense, foolishness. She has no case, of course. And then she tells me what I have to do in order to avoid these serious consequences. Laughable. But look at the second page or the third page of this document. So if you're unfamiliar, what that is a printout of the court docket. It's a printout of every instance wherein I appeared before a judge leading up and including the dismissal. The court was dismissed the day before, and the very next night when I came home, this was under my door. So what she was trying to say was, oh, I know you were trying to find me. I know you were trying to serve me. Every time you came to the shelter, I knew you were there, but I was evading service. And I know every time you went to court, I know what happened, when you got a continuance, and when the case was dismissed. And as soon as the case was dismissed, boom, I'm right back at your house and there's nothing you can do to stop it. I can pop up here whenever I feel like it. You better do what I said. So that's the narcissistic criminal calculation that she goes through. So following that, she sent out an email to myself, but also tagged a number of elders and eldresses and people who are connected with me in the community. Now, of course, they all know that this person is a mentally ill stalker and scam artist. But being that narcissistic personality that she is, of course, she sent the email anyway. Now, we're going to read the email and look at the contents and the approach of this email. She says, "Great uprising. This message is to advise that I have fully investigated and responded to the information you provided in your last message, which stated Kwesi Akhan had obtained a frivolous restraining order against me. Please be advised that this petition for a restraining order has been dismissed and will not be granted if refiled because I recently visited the court in person to shed light on the extenuating circumstances regarding my interactions with him. The Superior Court promptly responded by offering to facilitate mediation between Kwesi, Akhan, and myself, free of charge, to resolve conflict between us, and because I have legal grounds to file suit against him for defamation of character and malicious prosecution. Yet, to the best of my knowledge, Kwesi, Akhan has ignored the court's offer. I cannot stop your or Kwesi, Akhan from spreading misinformation about me in your respective social circles or via social media, but I can copy elders, elderesses, and peers you respect on this message to convey numerous requests that both you and Kwesi, Akhan consider the possibility that your beliefs about me are flawed because they are 100% based upon compounded misunderstandings and miscommunications. May they judge between us. Now, for the past 7 years, I've worked tirelessly on behalf of Black people to reclaim sovereign land stolen from us by filing an onslaught of cases in federal court. And I've spent most of my life volunteering my services and resources to Black people despite my circumstances of enslavement and with little to no support. I truly believe if you do 3 simple things: download and read the book Blacktown Movement, read the website, and register for a free Pacer account, review all documents filed in Kansas District Court, almost all matters of contention both you and Kwesi Akhan have pertaining to will spontaneously dissipate. And then she starts telling this fraudulent narrative as someone who was human trafficked at birth and in turn birthed and raised all of her children while enslaved. I only recently gained my independence through the power of etchy sign ancestral religious reversion. Before that time, I tried several occasions to drop hints about the circumstances of my enslavement to members of the ancestral religious community because I could not be direct for threat that my children will be sold or murdered. I specifically sent Kwesi Akhan coded messages, one of which specifically advised that I had never liked any man I ever dated, married, or had intercourse with. I even openly confided in him that my children and I were receiving constant death threats. I spent more than 40 years as a physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually abused and sexually exploited prisoner of war in what appeared to others as a normal life. However, my life was anything but normal. To make matters worse, my children were promptly sold after I sought refuge within Odwirafo by showing up at Kwesi Akhan's house unannounced in October. It is not fair that I should continue to suffer ostracism and disgrace at the hands of members of the ancestral religious community. Various instances I was forced to misrepresent myself and commit offenses against you, Kwesi Akhan, and others under threat of the sale and murder of my children. Simply stated, my heart is pure and I love each of you. I never meant to disrespect or harm anyone, any recipient of this email, a Black person in general, but not everything we see, hear, or experience can always be taken at face value. Sometimes there truly is another side to the story, and this is one of those rare cases. And she goes on, and then she talks about some other things. So, a couple of things. First, she tells the people, I went down to the court. He filed a frivolous lawsuit. He can't refile it because I explained to them what happened. They agreed with me, and they agreed to offer mediation. If he doesn't want the mediation, I'll file a lawsuit, but he can't refile that case because I took care of all of that. While she was typing that, she didn't realize that I had already refiled the case, and she was under a restraining order at that moment. So she was lying to the people the entire time. Now she talks about the Blacktown movement and all this, and what you need to do, you need to read that book, look at this case, you need to obey me or I'm gonna sue, but I'm reaching out to all these different people to try to get them on my side. The other thing is, as mentioned in the book, she starts weaving this fake narrative that she's been enslaved for 40 years and her children were born into slavery and she was coming to my house to escape slavery. And she had to send coded messages to not throw off her enslavers. And she was trying to send me coded messages, say, hey, I'm enslaved. But what she was really saying is, hey, you're my divine complement and I want to live with you. But she really tried to send coded messages to let me know, hey, I've been in slavery since I was born, and I tried to escape with my kids, but it didn't work. And when you sent me back to Kansas, my children were promptly captured and sold into slavery right after I got back from Kansas. Of course, her children are fine. They're not in slavery. She was never in slavery. When she was driving Uber or Lyft and, DoorDash and everything else, she wasn't in slavery then. Pure nonsense, but she's building this narrative. It started off with when she left my house and had to walk through the rain and get on that bus and go back to the train station. Oh, I thought the spirits told you I was coming. That's number one. Number two, I thought you knew we were in danger because the spirits told me that they told you we were coming. That 3 hours from 9 p.m. in the rain to 12 a.m. when she was at Union Station, and she had to figure out how she was going to explain to especially these sisters who helped her raise money to, come to DC, thinking that we were going to be together, or I was going to just be, magnanimous and assist her. How was she going to explain to them if she tried to move in with me, somebody they respect, with her 3 kids, and try to force her way into my life? That's when this whole 40 years a slave narrative came up. And she expands upon this and expounds upon this in great, ridiculous, asinine detail. And we're going to get into that. But as she's typing all of this, saying I can't file the case has been filed. So when I go back to court, I file a motion for alternative service. So for people who are going through the court process and you're trying to serve the person that's stalking you and they're evading service, and you keep going back to court and the judge is saying, well, we can't keep continuing this. If you can't serve them, we're going to have to close this case. And they're banking on that to happen because once the case is closed, then they pop up again at your house. They pop up at your job. They pop up at, the grocery store. They're harassing you, being violent and so forth. So there's a motion you can file called a motion for alternative service. If you've put forward a diligent effort to serve the person, and I can show and demonstrate that I put forward a diligent effort, and we can show to a certain extent that they are evading service, then the judge has the discretion to grant your motion for alternative service. And that means you don't have to find them. You can simply email them or text them, and that constitutes the serving of the summons. And once you text them or email them the summons, they are now bound to come to court. And if they don't come to court, then the judgment will be in your favor. I not only filed that motion for alternative service when I went to court and spoke, to the judge and so forth. She saw the diligent efforts I made going to the shelter on 4 different occasions with the police and so forth. But then I also submitted this particular email as evidence. And she starts off arrogantly saying, well, he's tried to file this frivolous temporary protection order. I'm sure the judge didn't appreciate this protection order that she granted being called frivolous. And then she arrogantly states, well, he's not able to refile because I went down to the court and explained everything. And, he's going to have to do as I say, or I'm going to file a civil suit against him. When she read that, she said, you know what? I'm going to grant you this motion for alternative service. You can email her, you can text her, you can serve her in that fashion. That's exactly what I did. And now she was bound to come to court. She was forced, she was compelled for the first time to face law enforcement in the context of the courts. Part 7, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So now she is duty bound and legally bound, compelled to appear in court to face these charges for this trial for an anti-stalking order. Now, when we look back and I assess the amount of time from the first time that I filed the petition for the anti-stalking order, the ASO, That was in October, and our court date was on January 27th. Why was it on January 27th? Because of all of the maneuvers for the evasion of service. I had to appear before a judge 7 times within 14 weeks before I finally got that verdict and that court order was granted. That anti-stalking order for a 2-year period was granted. But imagine 7 times in 14 weeks. Now, I'm an entrepreneur. I can make my own schedule, but I'm looking at people every time I'm appearing before a judge, and typically they don't call my case first. They call a number of different people's cases before mine. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching and I'm listening and so forth, and you're hearing the horror stories about what people are going through and how people are stalking them and turning their lives upside down and inside out. Typically, it's men or males stalking women. I think there was only one other case that I heard that there was a female stalking a man, but typically it was the other way around. So I can make my own schedule. So if they say, hey, there's an emergency hearing tomorrow, can you make that at 9:30? I can make that schedule. Imagine those people are working 9 to 5. If you're working 9 to 5 and you have to meet or appear before a judge 7 times in 14 weeks, that means every other week for 3.5 months. If I was working a 9 to 5 and every other week for 3.5 months straight, I had to appear before a judge and call out for the first half of the day, I could easily been fired, at least been placed on probation, but definitely I could have been fired. Because of this individual, lose my job, lose my source of income, put everything in jeopardy for myself. If someone has children and so forth, multiple children or small children, paying for school, paying for tuition, paying for clothes, paying for transportation, all these things are in jeopardy because some insane idiot is stalking somebody and we're forced to navigate our way through this system. What ended up happening was there was a court date, January 27th. We were about to go to trial. I uploaded about 25 exhibits for the trial. And when she saw that, when they gave the option to sign off on the order, you can sign off on the order and say, yes, I will accept this. It's anti-stalking order. I'll stay away from this person for 2 years and so forth. You accept all of the requirements. You don't have to admit guilt, but you're still signing off on it as part of public record and so forth. At first, she was going to go to trial. When she saw that I had 25 exhibits uploaded, I was ready to go to trial. She said, well, okay, I'll sign off on it. I'll voluntarily sign off on this anti-stalking order. She really had to sign off on it because she was going to lose the case. Of course, we had all the documentation, including when she reached out to a venue in Vegas when I was, setting up a lecture in Vegas, and she reached out to them talking crazy, and the person who, owns the venue reached out to me and said, there's someone who's, reaching out to us and she's ranting, and a lot of information is clear that she's disturbed. And I let the person know it was a sister who owned the venue, and she was very gracious. I explained to her what was happening. I also explained to her that we have, we only allow people who register to come to our events. So we have security. Nobody can come to our events who's not allowed. So the event went on, everything went fine. But the fact that she reached out to the venue owner, tried to sabotage my event. I do lectures in different cities. She would try to sabotage that. But I overcame that, of course. But some other people are not that fortunate. They have people sabotaging their job and showing up in parking lots and stores and family homes and homes of friends and so forth, and all kinds of things. So all of this information I had, ready. She signed off on it and the motion was granted. 2 years, she can't communicate with me, come within 100 yards of me, or my home or my vehicle or any place that I do a lecture. Can't communicate via email, text, anything. So that order is granted. Now, I posted this order on social media. This is January 27th, 2022. So when people saw that, they were shocked. They were like, wait a minute, is this the person from a couple of years ago who was the scammer who was pretending she had a black town and using your last name and pretending like you all together and saying you were a warrior chief of a fake black town and all this. This is still going on years later. She's been stalking you. We had no idea because I don't share personal things on social media. Everything is about business, about empowerment, about the work we're doing, the books, the classes, the conferences and so forth, the communal work that we're doing. We don't have time for them. We never have any drama anyway. I don't have any drama anyway, so I've never posted anything personal. So people were shocked, but they were appreciative because when I posted these things, people reached out and said, she tried to reach out to me. One brother said, hey, she tried to reach out to me and asked me to do some artwork for her. And she said that you all work together. So a number of different people said she tried to reach out to them all across the country. So this is one of the reasons I posted it, to let people know this is what's going on. If this individual seeks to reach out to you, understand we are not affiliated in any way. And number one, and number two, this person is mentally ill, a stalker, and a scam artist. Now, what happens in the aftermath? It didn't stop her, it just emboldened her to move forward. So, 1 week after that court order was granted, a friend of mine published a book. And just like I always do, if somebody I know publishes a book or has a new business and so forth, I purchased the book. Once it came, I took a picture of myself with the book to show people I purchased it, to encourage other people to purchase the book. When she saw me with the sister's book and the picture of the sister on the book, what does she do? 1 week after the court order, she reaches out to the sister in California, trying to get her to send her a free copy of the book. And then she said, I want you to read my book. And then she starts talking about me and saying that the things I posted online are, not true. So she's towing the line. If she directed that sister to communicate with me, then she would have violated the court order. And when you violate a court order, they are civil cases. A court order, anti-stalking order, is a civil case. But once you violate the court order, it becomes a criminal case. So if she was to, make some moves towards trying to get that person to talk to me indirectly, that's a third party, indirect communication, then she would have crossed the line into the criminal realm. So she told the line, but just the fact that she reached out to her in California. She reached out to another sister in Louisiana, another sister in Florida, another sister in Georgia, another brother in New York. But typically, anytime she would see me in a picture with a woman, she's reaching out to that woman, sometimes trying to pretend like she has a business and she's trying to work with that person, trying to get them to sign an NDA for some fraudulent thing and so forth, but mainly so that she can intimidate them in some fashion. If they were of the mind to say, okay, now this crazy woman is calling me because she saw you in a picture with me, I don't want this drama. I'm not going to be able to be communicating with you because I don't want, some idiot showing up at my house or threatening me or my kids and all of that. So now, of course, the people I connect with, they don't play any of that. She would have a problem if she walked up on these sisters. But it didn't work. But the mindset is, anytime she saw me in a picture with anybody, and none of these individuals was I involved with, is only dealing with business. If they have a book, they have a service, I would take pictures of, myself purchasing or accessing the service so we can get as many people as possible to purchase or access the service and so forth. So, and even if I was involved with somebody, it's none of her business anyway. But in her mindset, any woman she saw was a threat, and she's going to prove that by the things that she filed later. So 1 week after the court order, she sees me in the picture, reaches out to this sister. That's in February. A month later, we have our annual Etchy Sign conference in March, the one that a few years back, where we met for the first time. We have that every year in March and so forth. Normally we have it in DC, but this year, because of COVID restrictions and so forth, we decided we're not going to do it in DC, we're going to do it in Atlanta. So we set it up in Atlanta, And one of the things that we do when we talk about showcasing Black businesses, there's a sister who owns a Black-owned vegan restaurant in Atlanta, and that's one of the places we go. So whenever I do a lecture in Atlanta, it's a Black-owned space that we rent out for the presentation, for the workshops. And then when we leave there, we will go to the Black woman-owned business to support our business. I've taken video of myself inside the store purchasing, natural soaps and vegan food and different things, and encouraging people to come out and support. And I don't know the sister, I've never met her, who owns the space, but it's a great space. That's what we do. So at least we're going to Atlanta. They don't have any restrictions. DC was still requiring proof of vaccination or proof of a, COVID test, negative result. We weren't putting our people through all of that. We decided we're going to have this even in Atlanta. Atlanta was open 10 minutes after COVID. They just, parties, galas, everything. So we went ahead and set it up in Atlanta. That's in March. Do the lecture. Me and a brother leave the lecture and go to the sister's restaurant that we posted online. Guess who's sitting at the front door, outside at the dining tables, right by the door of the restaurant? Of course, it's TL the stalker. So she talks about being homeless. She's living in a homeless shelter. She's penniless and so forth. But she found a way to make it to Atlanta on the day of the conference so she could be posted up at the entrance. The only way you can walk in the restaurant is you have to pass her. She knew she couldn't come to the lecture because if she came to the lecture, came within 100 yards of the lecture, I could just simply call the police and have her arrested for violating the anti-stalking order. So she told the line as she showed up at the restaurant that she saw me post online. So she's not supposed to be within 100 yards of me, but if I come into a space that she's already at, she's not violating the order because she was there first. So she's posted up hoping that we show up at that restaurant after the lecture, and we do. Now, I know the game. It's actually laughable to a certain extent for me because I'm not going to say anything. I just chuckled and we just walked through, and the brother knew what was going on, and we walked through, got our food, and we left. Now, you spent all this time and money traveling to Atlanta to post up at the restaurant, but I didn't say anything to her. If I would have said something to her, then she could have said something back, and that wouldn't have been a violation. But since I didn't say anything, she's just left sitting at the restaurant. But it goes to the mindset, that stalking, crooked criminal mindset where she's going to try to force herself in different aspects of my existence, even though legally she's bound from doing that. So that was in March. So again, stalking order in January. February, take the picture of my friend's book. She reaches out to her in California. March, we have a lecture in Atlanta. She's posted up in Atlanta. In June, I started using TikTok. All of a sudden, I see that she liked something of mine on TikTok and tried to follow me on TikTok. In multiple jurisdictions, someone following you on social media or liking one of your posts constitutes a violation of an anti-stalking order, because if you click like or if you click follow, that person automatically gets a message saying, hey, so-and-so has followed you. If you click like and hit the like button or click follow, you are effectively sending that person a message. Sending any form of electronic message, social media, email, text, whatever it is a violation of the order. She did that. I took note of it. I took a screenshot of it, but I didn't submit that because that's, according to the judge's discretion. So I saved that, and it will come up in future trials, but I knew that she would violate. Knowing the mindset that this individual has, the calculating mindset and the criminal mindset she has, and the narcissistic mindset she has, she's not going to be denied. I knew she would violate. And a couple of months later, 3 months later, as a matter of fact, she violated. Part 8, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit, children, and hoodoo. So, she violated the court order, and this is the means by which she violated the court orders. She sent a direct email to myself and tagged a number of different individuals. It was a brazen violation, a deliberate violation, and she even mentions in the email that this is a violation of the court order, but it's brazen. So let's look at the first portion of the email and what it says. Odwirafo, I am still homeless, hungry, and without income. Except now I am trying to recover from pneumonia while living on the street in dropping fall weather temperatures. Not one black person I know will help me because of the false allegations you continue to post on the internet about me. So I have no choice but to once again ask you to consult your Nananom Nsamanfo, honorable ancestors and ancestresses, and consider the possibility that you are wrong about me, that I have never ever stalked you, that I was human trafficked at birth, that I have spent my life enslaved, that I birthed 3 children while enslaved, that I have never nor would I ever attempt to force myself upon you or anyone else. I know you will probably use this email as grounds to put me in jail, but I can't just die of pneumonia without trying one last time to open your eyes to the truth, because I absolutely positively refuse to surrender and go back into slavery. If you decide to have me arrested, just let me know so I can turn myself in. I don't run from the consequences of my actions. However, know this: you are having a black woman, more importantly, a single black mother, wrongfully convicted, someone who, apart from death, has endured more trauma and suffering at the hands of criminals than most people have even heard about on the news. Someone who has done all she could to support your work. Someone who to this day continues to pray for your safety without expecting anything from you except to be exonerated of your false allegations. Stop this madness. My children need me. I'm all they have, but your false allegations have made impossible for me to provide for them or me. I pray your Nananuman Samanfo help you see the light and save my life in the process, because they are my only hope at this point. Have you even reviewed any of the below allegations I made in federal court in favor of black land reparations? And so then she begins to list all of this nonsense about the court case. So, she's, pneumonia again, temperatures dropping. About 3 years in a row that the pneumonia and the temperatures are dropping, and she's about to die on the street. Resilient. So, my false allegations against her that I've posted all over the internet are the reason why she can't take care of her children. In reality, her family members made sure they had the children stay with them. And by children, she means at this point, 20, 21, 19, in those ages. They're staying with relatives because the relatives know that this individual is mentally ill, and she's also engaged in other acts that have pushed the family away for years. So this silly story about him being a slave for 40 years and her children sold into slavery, every year she starts building more and more on this human trafficking story. And then she starts using the term human trafficking. You can take a Lifetime movie about human trafficking, take one woman's name out and put your name in it and pretend like it's your story. And then take a few more elements and have this very extensive, very detailed, very traumatic story about human trafficking. But it's not your story. She's never been human trafficked a day in her life. It's pure fabrication. So, but my false allegations are keeping her from her children and being able to provide for them and feed them. And I just need to stop lying. And if I use this email, because it's a direct communication, direct violation of the anti-stalking order, if I use this to put her in jail, just let her know, because she's a martyr. She stands on business. She's standing on business like Drewski. She's standing on the real thing. She's saying, listen, let me know and I'll turn myself in. I'll put my hands behind my back. I will go to the courthouse like Juicy Smouye and yell and talk about, I didn't do this to myself. If you find me dead in the cell, she's going to do all of that. And she's ready to face the consequences. But just know that you're going to be sending a black mother, a single black mother, to prison because of your false allegations. And what are my false allegations? I posted the actual anti-stalking order that was granted because she's been showing up at my home on multiple occasions and trying to force me into some fraudulent scheme of a city or a town in Kansas. So, she's a pathological liar and she's not delusional. It's very important to understand that. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's lying about. And if she can get some people on board, then she feels like she's making it. And sometimes she would get people on board until they came in contact with my website. And this is what she means by, you're continuously posting false allegations against me. People will get on board and they'll say, oh, I want to help you with your land cause and everything else. And it's so good to see that you're working with Brother Kwesi because he's a great person in all this. And then they happen to stumble on my website and see that old post. And then they cut her off because they realize she's a fraud. And so that angers her because she was right on the verge of receiving some money. And some people have sent her money. And then they realize it was fraudulent and they cut her off. So this is the email that she violated. So when she says, if you're going to use this email to put me in jail, just let me know. That was a taunt. I'm daring you to put me in jail. I'm a black mother, a single black mother. I'm daring you, who talks about spirituality and, culture and upliftment and so forth. I dare you to put me in jail. Now, she should know better than that. Before I even finished reading the email, I had already downloaded the documents and filed a motion for criminal contempt with the court. Before I even finished the email, it was already submitted and it was accepted the same day and a court date was sent out. So she knows the proverbs that we put forward. She knows the teaching. She knows that once somebody violates the trust of people within the community, you're no longer part of the community. You're no different than the KKK as far as we're concerned. And she was never part of our community in the first place. So she's been lying from the beginning. She's been trying to manipulate from the beginning. She put myself and another sister in a position where we could have been arrested for a criminal scheme to get, business license money from unknowing, contributors and so forth. So we know what's really going on. But to put all of this in an email and tag a bunch of people, what's happening is she's trying to lie and manipulate and get elders and eldresses to set up a, tribunal and say, well, what can we do to assist this individual? None of them ever did that because they know she's a pathological liar as well. But she was hoping that something like that would happen. And then she would go and tell her story of 40 years a slave and hopefully somebody would go along with it. None of that happened. The motion for criminal contempt was filed and we received a court date. So the court date was around October 12th or 13th, which happened to be nearly 1 year to the date that she had returned to DC and showed up at my house and the police were called. So that court date for this criminal contempt charge was set. And basically what that is you go back to the civil court and you say, listen, this person violated this anti-stalking order, and the civil court magistrate will determine whether or not this constitutes a violation. If it does, then they will turn it over from the civil court to the Office of the Attorney General for criminal contempt. So one of the representatives from the OAG, the Office of the Attorney General, was at the hearing. I was at the hearing. TL was at the hearing and so forth. And at that first hearing, they decided, well, we need some time to assess this matter. In 2 weeks, we can come back and determine whether or not this constitutes a violation. So that was that particular date, and they set the status hearing for 2 weeks in advance. Now, in the meantime, a few days before this hearing took place, TL filed a civil suit against me. A civil suit for defamation and personal injury. She was asking for $200,000. She said I defamed her online by calling her mentally ill and a stalker and a scam artist. Now, her goal with regard to this civil suit was to try to use this civil suit to fend off the impending criminal case. She even brought that up in court at the hearing when we had the hearing with the Office of the Attorney General and the civil court magistrate and so forth. She said, hey, I filed a civil suit against him. We have our first court date in January. This was October. I haven't been able to serve him, but I want to know if the civil case can be taken up first before the criminal case. And in her mind, she was thinking, if I can win this civil case or force him to acquiesce in the civil case, then I can use that, as leverage in the criminal case and so forth, which was idiotic. But the civil court judge said that's not how it works. The criminal courts have their own calendar and so forth, so it's not going to work that way. But she filed that civil suit, and that turned into a totally different animal, and we're going to go through some of that as well. So 2 weeks later, we had the second hearing. One of the assistant attorneys general was at the hearing. They told the judge, this does constitute a violation. Therefore, the Office of the Attorney General is taking this case. We're taking over. This is no longer a civil case. It is now a criminal matter, and she will be arraigned in the following week on criminal contempt charges. Part 9, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So, we have an arraignment in November. She's arraigned on criminal contempt charges, and these charges can give you a sentence of up to 180 days of incarceration. Now, she's arraigned in November. At the court date, they assign her a public defender. She requests for an African-American public defender. So they pushed the next hearing back a couple of weeks, giving themselves enough time to find her an African-American public defender. So a couple of weeks pass, there's a hearing, they found her an African-American public defender. Then he states that he needs some time to, deal with the case or, to build his defense. So they pushed the case back a few more weeks. So we were supposed to go to trial. Initially, we were supposed to go to trial in December. Now it's pushed back first to January. Now it's pushed back to March 23rd. So we're supposed to be having this trial on March 23rd. Right before the trial, she requests that public defender is dismissed. She approaches the judge, and the lawyer approaches the judge and so forth. She says, he's not defending me the way I want him to defend me, so therefore I want to represent myself. So this is at the March 23rd court date, and therefore they say, okay, well, you can represent yourself. This public defender will sit with you in an advisory capacity. And now the trial is pushed from March 23rd all the way to June 20th. So once again, on the administrative side, when you're going through this and you're navigating your way through the court system, sometimes there are continuances, sometimes there are delays, and sometimes these things are manufactured. As we said before, she's very litigious. When we get into the civil suit, you'll see that she's filed 1,000+ pages of foolishness as part of that civil suit. She's just sitting down, writing nonsense and constantly filing over 40+ motions in the civil suit and so forth. But she's also filing against the United States government in Kansas and Wyandotte County and all these other different things. And she's moving around. She knows her way around the courtroom to a certain extent with regard to these procedural maneuvers. So instead of us going to trial in December, she says, hey, I want an African-American attorney. She even goes on her Facebook page and says, hey, if you want to request a different kind of attorney, you can do that. Don't let these people talk to you and tell you what you can and cannot do. That was a way for her to push the date back. Once she gets the African-American attorney, he needs time to, check out the case. Once he has time to build his defense, then right before the trial, she says, I'm not going to use him. I want to fire him. I need time now to, defend myself and build my case. They can see that she's mentally ill. They can see that there's a problem. The public defender can see that, but it is her right to defend herself. Pro se is not against the law. They did make sure that the public defender sat in an advisory capacity, but she's able to represent herself. But because of that, she needs more time. They didn't give her just 2 weeks. They gave her almost 3 months. So now the trial doesn't happen until June 20th. Through her manipulation, she knew she was going to fire the African-American attorney as soon as she asked for one. She knew in December when she said, hey, I want an African-American attorney. She knew that she was going to ask to, represent herself then. She just knew it was going to push the time frame back, the clock back. Her goal was to try to get the civil case done before the criminal case, thinking if she won the civil case or got some form of concession from that, she can utilize that to, impact the criminal case and try to pretend like she's, innocent. The problem is she wasn't able to serve me with a summons for the civil case. So there was a hearing on at some point in January. She wasn't able to serve me. She wasn't able to serve me the summons for the civil case until June 20th, the day of the criminal contempt trial. And when I was sitting in the hallway outside the courthouse, sitting with the Assistant Attorney General who was prosecuting her, she came over and gave the summons to the Assistant Attorney General, who then handed it to me, which was fine. I didn't mind at all, because I knew she was going to be convicted that day, and she was going to have a criminal conviction of violating an anti-stalking order. So when I responded to the civil case, when she said I defamed her because I called her a stalker, now I was going to have a court order saying that she is a stalker. Not only the original anti-stalking order from the civil side, but now a criminal court order. So we go into court. It's June 20th. We go into court. And of course, she's pro se. She's representing herself. She's her own lawyer. So that means that she has to cross-examine me. So I'm on the stand. She's operating as her own lawyer, and she's asking me pointed and silly questions, trying to put forward a foolish defense, a necessity defense. Now, there is a process whereby you can put forth the necessity defense to override violating an anti-stalking order. If you're not supposed to be within 100 yards of somebody, and if, the car caught on fire and you ran to save somebody and you got close to the person, that's a necessity defense. And you can't be convicted criminally if it's something like that. She tried to raise the necessity defense in this case. And this goes back to that first notice within her little fake book about, oh, by the way, I didn't tell anybody that I've been enslaved for 40 years since birth. I didn't tell anybody that because, I was sending coded messages and I didn't want my children to be sold into slavery, but eventually they were. And since they were, now I have to tell the full story. And I wrote a book about it and about the black township and all this other nonsense. She's weaving this story to get out of this criminal conviction. If she can say that the only reason I came to his house originally is because I was trying to escape slavery and my children were in slavery. And you're going to see all throughout the civil case, those 1,000+ pages of information, her talking about she was in slavery. But later on in the case, she'll talk about how she was working with the city, and when we said she was mentally ill and, all these different things, she took offense to that. Well, if I'm mentally ill, how am I working with the city? And I've got awards from alder persons and so forth for my great work and volunteer work with the city. she forgets that she was telling people that she was in slavery for 40 years. I mean, if you're working with the city and you get an award for your volunteer service and there's a ceremony and the alderman or alderwoman gives you an award for your great service in the community and all the things you've done, you couldn't have whispered to the alderperson, yo, you know I'm in slavery right now. So, but she's building this narrative to get out of this criminal case. If I can say that it was a necessity because I was escaping slavery and I sought refuge in his home because he's a spiritual leader and he's obligated to assist those who are part of this ancestral religious community, and he's assisted other people before. So therefore, she explained she had an expectation, a reasonable expectation, that if she escaped to seek refuge with her children at my home, then I would assist her because we've assisted other individuals who had, issues. And we have created fundraisers for people within our community who went through some kind of tragic, circumstance, and we raised $1,000, $1,600, and so forth to assist, certain families. She's never been part of our community. She tried to parasitically attach herself to our community and myself in general, but she's never been a part of that. Recall, the first time I met her, it was a 1.5-minute conversation, just like I talked to everybody else. 1 year later, she came to some workshops. She sat in the audience like everybody else. We had no interaction. 6 months after that, or actually 7 months after that, she was at my house with her 3 kids. After telling me she loved me and ached to be near me and knew that I was the one, even before she saw me. When she first saw the website, before she saw me on the website, she knew I was the one, and she felt like we were married already. So she's putting forth this necessity defense. She's asking me, aren't you an Odwirafo? What is your role as an Odwirafo? Are you a priest? Are you a therapist? Do you do divination for people? Aren't you obligated to assist those who are in need, who are part of the community? And of course, I share with, the court, this individual is not part of my community. I've been telling her for the past 3 years. In fact, at that point, this was actually last year, so I've been telling her for the past 5 years. At that point, it was 4.5 years to never contact me for any reason, under any circumstances. I showed them the information about the cyber stalking for 3 years, and then her showing up again and so forth. So one of the most damning pieces of evidence was the August 28th email. The same email where she said that I was assigned her as my divine complement, and she felt like we were already married and so forth. So here you have this judge, as well as the Assistant Attorney General, reading the email and trying to pronounce Inyamewa and Inyame and Samanfo and Odumafo and Odwirafo and Abosom, and it was just nonsense. But at the end of the day, when they read the email, when the judge reads the email and she's talking about, I love you and I cherish you and I want to be with you and we're already married and so forth, and 4 weeks later, she's at my house with her children, unannounced, that's all she really needed to see. So she was found guilty. She was sentenced to 180 days of incarceration. However, it was suspended contingent upon her completing 1 year of probation. She had to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. She also had other probationary requirements and so forth. And that was the verdict. So now she's on probation. We leave the courtroom. 1 week later, she violates the court order. Part 10, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So we said 1 week after being found guilty of criminal contempt, and now she's a criminal and so forth, she violates the court order once again. A show cause hearing for probation revocation was scheduled for August 9th, And we went to the hearing on August 9th, and then information from the civil case was entered into evidence within the criminal case. And we want to look at some of the information in the civil case because this undergirds a lot of what's going on and is, very detailed and so forth, full of misinformation. So let's look at the final amended petition. We talked about her filing at least 40 plus motions in this case, over 1,000 pages of nonsensical information, and we're going to get into it to show you the extent to which someone will go to manipulate the court system, try to free herself so that she can continue to stalk. Now, let's look at the factual background first, according to her, of this case. This final amended petition you'll see is e-filed on September 25th. And once again, everything we post here, is part of the public record. In the section for the background and factual, this case originated as a civil action aimed solely to prove respondent Kwesi Akhan, a therapist, religious leader, Odwirafo, traditional diviner, and Obinfo, scholar on matters of Nanasom, African ancestral religion, and Amamre culture, was guilty of defamation and malicious prosecution against petitioner. Petitioner is her. Respondent Kwesi Akhan remains ignorant as to his burden in this case regarding his allegations that petitioner, which is her, stalked him and is a mentally ill scam artist. Noting that there is no factual evidence to support that petitioner's recent diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, contributed to allegations by respondent Kwesi Akhan that petitioner stalked him due to infatuation. Petitioner realleges that all of her attempts to maintain a platonic relationship with and communicate with respondent Kwesi Akhan were aimed at one goal: escape and remain free from human trafficking, slavery with petitioner's children. At the time when petitioner, which is her, first met respondent Kwesi Akhan, petitioner and her children were being forced to reside at the Lakes of Lionsgate apartment complex. And so then she begins to talk about a lot of nonsense. So here she's beginning to build the case and add more and more false information about her 40 years in slavery, solely aimed at trying to get her out of this criminal case and even out of the anti-stalking order. Once again, she petitioned the appellate court and filed a writ of certiorari with the Supreme Court trying to get the original anti-stalking order overturned. How is she trying to do that? Because she's claiming, as she falsely and fraudulently claimed here in this civil suit, that her sole reason for reaching out to me and trying to come to my home was to escape slavery, even though her own emails and communications prove otherwise, but she was trying to perpetrate this fraud upon the court. So as she builds this false narrative, let's look at some more information from the civil suit that's entered into evidence in the criminal case, as well as the appellate court case and the, petition, as well as the cert petition and so forth. Let's look at this new origin story that she has that is totally fraudulent, but she has to utilize this to build this notion of escaping from slavery. Petitioner, which is her, was born on Sunday, April 1st, Kansas City, Bethany Hospital. Petitioner is a descendant of the Akhan people of Ghana, Ivory Coast region in West Africa, and born into a royal priesthood within the Asante subgroup. Petitioner was human trafficked, enslaved at birth by an employee of Bethany Hospital, Esther Jean Ross, a phlebotomist who also worked in the capacity as a rotating nurse when the hospital was understaffed. Esther Jean Ross obtained a fraudulent birth certificate from the state of Kansas, alleging she was the petitioner's biological mother. Of course, she's been lying, saying this isn't her real mother. And we're going to get into why she's lying about the identity of family members and so forth. Due to an alleged home birth, this allowed Esther Jean Ross to claim petitioner as a dependent on her annual income tax filings to the IRS and to later use her social security number to make income tax filings to the IRS and so forth. So let's scroll down a little bit. Petitioner, which is her, the stalker, would be enslaved by Esther for a total of 42 years and forced to endure advanced hypnosis, sexual servitude, breeding, forced labor, clinical trials, and intellectual property theft while a victim of human trafficking slavery. Esther and others employed to oversee Petitioner noticed and reported Petitioner's so-called owners, white Jewish people, the Jewish mafia, that Petitioner had a unique spiritual gift. And although no one explained to Petitioner the nature of her spiritual gifts, decades later, Petitioner would discover, upon reading literature found on Kwesi Akhan's website, Odwirafo.com, that Petitioner's spiritual gift, which the white culture calls qualitative analysis, was actually an ability to unknowing slip into a trance state of Akhan, spiritual possession, and Nkam, spiritual communication, by Inyame, the Supreme Being, the Abosom, the deities, the forces in nature, the Nananom Nsaman for the ancestresses and ancestors who are honorable, to predict the future in terms of proposed actions, solve complex personal and business-related problems, and create intellectual property regardless of the subject matter or industry in question. See how she wove in my website, the white Jewish mafia, her 42 years as a slave from birth, but then she can tie her quote-unquote spiritual gifts that she always had as a child and link that to coming in contact with my website. She has to build this story. Now, said spiritual gifts are only intended to benefit Black people and sustain the reclamation of Petitioner's sovereign territory, land inheritance, held by Petitioner's General Partnership, Quindaro, now Kwa Nduro Abayin, as a segregated incorporated Black town founded upon her Black ancestral values. Petitioner alleges that the IRS had prevented Petitioner from legally claiming tax exemptions and credits and in turn receiving applicable tax refunds as managing partner of Quindaro from 97 to the present date. So she's now pretending like she was dealing with Quindaro since 97, which of course is a lie. She just made that up a few years ago. Now we get into the core of her new origin story. Esther Jean Ross, her mother, who now she's claiming is not her real mother, began leasing Petitioner as a sex slave at the age of 2. Petitioner was soon declared a child prodigy, and Esther Jean Ross began leasing Petitioner as a personal and business medium to prominent government officials, business owners, professionals, and others who lived in the historical and still prominent West Heights subdivision where Esther Jean Ross lived in Wyandotte County, Kansas, at the age of 3. Petitioner was leased by various groups, fraternities, sororities, businesses, corporations, government agencies, etc., to use her spiritual gifts of Akhan, spirit possession, and Nkam, spirit communication, words she learned from our website, and given various insignificant titles to perform executive level operations and management tasks. Petitioner became known in the human trafficking network circles as Sleeping Princess and the Golden Goose. Petitioner could read and write when she was 2 years old and was only permitted to speak British English. To prevent drawing attention to Petitioner's gifts, Esther Jean Ross refused to allow Petitioner to advance 2 grade levels as recommended by school officials at Petitioner's elementary school. Petitioner was bred, forced to legally marry human traffickers and slavers, engaged in immigration fraud, and lied to state and federal social service agencies to hide the fact that Petitioner and Petitioner's children's status as human trafficking victims. Despite Esther Jean Ross denying Petitioner the right to name Petitioner's children, choose the names of men listed on the birth certificates of Petitioner's children, and the so-called godparents of petitioner's children. Petitioner birthed and raised her 3 children to the best of her ability. Okay, so let's recap. She could read and write by the age of 2 or 3. At the age of 2 or 3, she was leased out to fraternities and sororities and businesses and government agencies because she had the gift of spirit possession and spirit communication. And she was even called the sleeping princess and the golden goose. You know, in the human trafficking circles, that's who she was. 42 years a slave, but eventually she'll talk about how she broke free when she came in contact with my website, 40 plus years later, realized that what I was saying on that website is what she's been experiencing spiritually. And it's not a problem with people reading what's on my website or other people's websites. A lot of people talk about African ancestral religion and so forth, and spirituality and communicating with the ancestral realm and your great grandmother whose spirit comes to you, even after she passed to assist you with your baby. And, people talk about that all the time. So, but she had to link it, and she had to link it. So it was only after she came in contact with my website 40 plus years later that she realized that her gifts were properly defined through the Akhan culture. So she was able to link with me, and in that context, she realized she was part of this, and therefore she's going to link it later. Of course, she had to escape from slavery after 42 years by coming to my house. Nonsense. And of course, businesses, fraternities, sororities, government officials, and so forth, they didn't have any problem paying for a 3-year-old to prophesy to them. I mean, it happens every day. So let's get on to the next part. This next part is important because you already talked about a biological mother is not really your mother. She's trying to put forward, a narrative about that. And now she's going to talk about identity of, her 3 sons, and one of them that she constantly brings up on a regular basis throughout this narrative. And, we're going to get into why. Yao Pereko Ba'akain Aibo Akhan, forced legal birth name, Emmanuel Scott III, subsequent forced legal adoption name, Emmanuel Antonio Renario, was petitioner's firstborn son. The apple of petitioner's eye. Then she mentions the 2 other sons. She says, these other 2 sons are petitioner's second and third born sons, respectively, conceived as twins and separated shortly after conception because petitioner's so-called owners declared petitioner would be too distracted from her assigned tasks if she carried and birthed them at the same time. Thus, the zygote of petitioner's third-born son was initially frozen and reinserted into petitioner's womb via in vitro fertilization 6 weeks after the birth of petitioner's second-born son. The welfare of petitioner's children was frequently used to blackmail petitioner to continue engaging in the various revenue-generating forced labor activities. Now we get to the crux of the identity of the firstborn son that she lies about continuously in a disturbing fashion to push forward her perverse narrative. And she also gets exposed. Petitioner's firstborn son, the apple of petitioner's eye, was born 1 pound, 6.4 ounces at 23 weeks gestation, blind in his left eye, with a hole in his heart due to the abuse petitioner was subjected to throughout her pregnancy. The first words of petitioner's firstborn son, the apple of petitioner's eye, revealed an anomaly: his ability to fluently speak the Akhan tree language. Before the age of 3, it became apparent his spiritual gifts included adibisa, divination, akom, spirit possession, and unkom, spirit communication, that far exceeded that of petitioner. So he was 3, doing all this possession and communication and divination and speaking other languages, just like when she was 3, she was the sleeping princess and the golden goose. So, so much so that petitioner's firstborn son predicted his own murder at the hands of human traffickers and slavers when he was 7 years old, and conveyed his futuristic and dying wish that petitioner would succeed in freeing their family from slavery and reclaiming land stolen from their family. However, it would be more than 7 years later before petitioner had any idea where the land was that he was referring to, and 7 more years before, as predicted, petitioner's firstborn son was murdered. Petitioner's firstborn son would spend his last days in agony while enslavers made sport of torturing him. Enslavers would run him over and disfigure him using a lawnmower. Garden shears were used to cut off his fingers and toes one by one. A weed eater would be used to lacerate nearly every inch of his body. Enslavers hacked over his legs with a heavy-duty, large-capacity trash truck before using small, sharp axes to hack off his arms and legs and to stop the bleeding. Cauterized with blowtorches. Days later, he would be fitted with a dog collar with an attached leash and forced to crawl everywhere on his remaining limbs, nubs. From then on, he was only fed dog bones and deprived of water. He was forced to sleep and eat in his own urine and feces day and night, and sodomized daily. Eventually, his tongue would be cut off and his left eye gouged out. He would be doused with acetone and set on fire. This torture ended with him being stabbed in the heart and decapitated on October 21st, 2019 at 6:23 a.m. after having spent his entire life enslaved. Petitioner did not know the locations where petitioner's firstborn son was being held captive throughout this process, but unceasingly begged her so-called owners to allow her to switch places with him, to endure whatever punishment they had planned for him and already inflicted upon. Yet petitioner's so-called owners would not relent. They were adamant in declaring his suffering was petitioner's fault, and this was the best means to teach petitioner a lesson to be obedient at all times, under all circumstances. However, the inhumane treatment of petitioner's firstborn son did not make petitioner more obedient. It made petitioner hate them with an unspeakable hate, a divine hate that will never die and can never be extinguished. Petitioner's so-called owners ordered his head to be delivered to petitioner for forced viewing. Thus, less than 30 minutes later, petitioner was forced to view the decapitated head of petitioner's firstborn son, the apple of petitioner's eye, in a backpack worn by a white male posing as an early morning jogger. Okay, look. So, he was 3. He could see into the future, predict events, even on a higher level than her. They caught him, they cut off his arms, cut off his legs, ran him over with a lawnmower, cauterized the wounds with a blowtorch, put a dog collar on him, made him eat bones and so forth, sodomized him. He had the nubs and so forth. But eventually stabbed him in his heart and, killed him, cut his head off. And then when she was out, and she mentions this in different, filings, an agent, a white male agent posing as an early morning jogger, opened up his backpack, and the head of her son was in the backpack. So this is what's going on in this 42 years of slavery, and this is why she had to escape. Look at what they did to her firstborn son. If they can decapitate him, what else are they going to do? They had to teach her a lesson. You need to keep working on these tasks as the slave, because if you don't, we'll kill everybody. So it's very interesting, because when she was sitting outside of my door and leaning against my door, when she showed up at my house for the second time in October of 2021, when I called the police and so forth. I said she was ranting and speaking through the door and all of that. One of the things she said was her son was killed and his tongue was torn out and he was decapitated. They cut his head off and she was crying and everything else. Only one problem with that. She said he was decapitated in 2019, in October of 2019. Turns out he was arrested in 2022. Minor offense, but he was arrested and held shortly, but he was arrested and it's posted on the county, law enforcement website for everyone to see. So if he was decapitated in 2019, how is he walking around in 2022? So she didn't realize that when she first filed the civil suit. She filed the civil suit just a few days after he was arrested. So she didn't know he had been arrested. So this was already in the court, record of him being decapitated. And then she finds out later that he's been arrested. So his identity of never having been murdered, and of course he's never been in slavery. Her children have gone to college and they're doing well in college and everything else. And they're even online and so forth. So, and she's posted pictures of them online and in college and so forth. But of course she would say that, the enslavers allowed them to go to college and take pictures to pretend like they weren't in slavery, just to put forth that, facade. But then after slavery, or after the pictures at the school and so forth, we have to come back to slavery. The enslavers would let us go on vacation. I'll take a weekend vacation to, Miami and so forth, just to put forth the image that I wasn't in slavery. But right after that vacation, I had to come right back to slavery or else. So when she gets caught up, she files this, civil suit in October of 2022, a few days after her son is arrested. So now she gets caught at some point. She gets, caught. Now what does she do? She does what she always does. And this is just an example of that. She weaves an entire narrative, a fraudulent narrative around this new information to account for the new information. Let's see how she weaves this narrative. And this, again, is brought into the criminal case. Let's look at it. What is the story going to be? After the murder of petitioner's firstborn son, petitioner's so-called employers employed and still employ a young man of similar appearance to impersonate petitioner's firstborn son, inclusive of making daily quote-unquote public appearances. Despite this, the fingerprints taken of petitioner's firstborn son at Kansas University Medical Center at the time of his birth on June 5th, 1997, do not match those of the aforementioned imposter who was in the possession of the state driver's license of and alleged his identity to be that of petitioner's firstborn son, the apple of petitioner's eye, when he was issued ticket number 1800 plus before being arrested and fingerprinted at Joplin Police Department located at this address on September 13th, 2022. So when she gets caught lying, and this is already part of the court record, this is an amended petition. The first petition filed months prior didn't have this information. So when she gets caught lying, and then the story she's, was telling for a long time didn't have this information. When she gets caught lying, all of a sudden, her real son has been murdered. His head is in the backpack, of course. But now there's an imposter, there's a clone. Someone who looks exactly like her son. He makes daily public appearances. He has her son's driver's license, and he happened to be arrested. And, he produced that driver's license showing that he was who he said he was. But according to her, he's an imposter. So she asked the court to order that DNA tests be performed on this young man and fingerprints be, taking and all this other nonsense, which she knows. Of course, I'm not going to order that foolishness because she's just making up stories. But this is what takes place. So all of this kind of information is being, pushed in not only the civil suit, but once again in the criminal case. Now, I filed a motion for a summary judgment. And for those who are unaware, if you have a civil case filed against you and so forth, one of the things you can do, if you agree upon the basic points, did Kwesi Akhan call me mentally ill? Both parties agree that he did that online. Did Kwesi Akhan say I'm a stalker? We both agree to that. Did Kwesi Akhan say I'm a scam artist? We both agree to that. If we can show that the basic points we do agree on, yet it still doesn't rise to the level of defamation and personal injury, then the judge can, find in a summary judgment that you haven't met the requirements, all of the elements of the case, and therefore it can be thrown out without going to trial. I filed a 35+ page motion for summary judgment. I was representing myself. Ultimately, the judge found in my favor, and this civil suit was thrown out. Let me show you that real quick. So as you can see here, in Superior Court of the District of Columbia Civil Division, this is the case. Judge Yvonne Williams. Order granting motion for summary judgment. Before the court is pro se defendants Kwesi Akhan motion for summary judgment filed August 14th, 2023. Nearly 5 years to the day that she sent that original email. And refiled on September 22nd, 2023. For the reasons set forth below, the motion is granted. So, I won the case on every count. The case is therefore, thrown out and so forth. But this is, this was a nearly year-long process with regard to this civil case. And it was all subterfuge. It was all designed to try to affect or manipulate the original anti-stalking order to try to get that, annulled, so to speak, as well as to try to manipulate this process in the criminal case. So now we're going to go back to the probation revocation hearing and how some of this information, specifically a specific point, was brought forward within the probation revocation hearing that ties all of this together. Part 11. When a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. And now we're going to get into the hoodoo portion and spirit children portion of this case and this experience. Now, when I filed my motion for summary judgment, I included one of the filings within the civil case that TL put forward. And then this particular filing was also brought up at the probation revocation hearing on August 9th. It's directly tied to every aspect of the civil and criminal cases. So this motion is a petitioner's request for production. And what does it say? Comes now petitioner to request respondent Kwesi Akhan produce the following in his possession, custody, or control at Superior Court, Courtroom 117, located at 500 Indiana Avenue, Washington, D.C., on Wednesday, August 9th, 2023, at 10:30 a.m. 1 serving of prepared tea from the bark of the Odum tree. So she's asking me to bring some tea for her, to prepare the tea from the bark of the Odum tree and bring it to her in court so that she can drink the tea in court. Very important for her case. Now, why would she ask for me to bring her some tea from the bark of the Odum tree? And what does that have to do with her case? Now, what she did what she saw, and August 9th, they mentioned August 9th, that is the probation revocation hearing. So she filed this emergency motion. Now, just a couple of weeks prior to her filing this motion, one of the podcast episodes that I did, I have a podcast and we talk about ancestral culture and religion and, philosophy and so forth, and how these things impact us in our everyday lives and spirituality and so forth. And we're talking about the Akhan tradition, and I was talking about a specific means by which in Akhan culture we assess guilt or innocence. And one of those practices is to take the bark of the Odum tree, which is a sacred tree in Akhan culture in Ghana, take the bark of the Odum tree and prepare a tea. Now, the bark of the Odum tree is, poisonous. So if you drink some tea from the bark of the Odum tree, you're going to die. That's poisonous. So they use this in trials by ordeal. If there's a tribunal, men and women, they're, assessing the guilt or innocence of a party and so forth, and they swear that they are telling the truth. Instead of simply swearing, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, and so forth, they do swear on the Abosom and Nsamafo, the deities and ancestral spirits and so forth. But they also have this ritual, this trial by ordeal. Give you a cup of the tea made from the bark of the Odum tree and say, well, here, drink this tea. If you're telling the truth, your ancestresses and ancestors will not allow you to die. So you're drinking poison, but you're not going to die because you're telling the truth. But if you're lying, they are not going to protect you, and now you're just drinking a cup of poison. And when people are telling the truth, they readily grab the cup, they drink the tea right down, and they have no problem. But if people are lying, and you say, okay, it's time for you to drink the tea made from the bark of the Odum tree, they start hesitating because they know if they drink it, it's over. And then their guilt is exposed. So I was talking about that in that particular podcast episode a few weeks prior. We're talking about law and justice and different means by which different cultures, specifically ours, assess guilt or innocence of parties and, legal disputes and so forth. And there are different ways that people engage that. It's a historical reference. So she sees that, she transcribes that portion of my podcast, and then she puts it in the lawsuit, and then she asks the judge to order me to bring some tea from the bark of the Odum tree to prepare it so that she can drink it in court in the form of a truth serum. And if she passes the test, if she doesn't die, then that means everything she was saying is true, and therefore she is innocent. So let's see why she was saying that and what she was really getting at, and this is the crux of everything. In my motion for summary judgment that was assessed by a finder of fact, the trial court judge, and, assessed that, I won this case because I was, credible and so forth. I quote from one of her petitions, one of her, complaints, one of her amended complaints. And this is what I say about her, and I simply quote from what she's saying. I say, plaintiff states, and she was the plaintiff at the time in this civil suit, plaintiff, which is TL, she states that this ritual, the Odum tree ritual, will prove that defendant, which is me, is her divine complement / twin flame, and by default, the father of plaintiff's 3 children, because plaintiff is a virgin. Let's read what she, the plaintiff in the civil suit, has to say about this. So she references my podcast episode, and this is the quote. This is her direct quote. Authored by Kwesi Akhan and on his YouTube channel, Odwirafo, starting at 46 minutes and 16 seconds, clarified that according to Nanasom African ancestral religion, not all Odwirafo spirits of disorder are white people. This substantiates that reality that the white and or black rapists who bred petitioner could only pollute the blood circle of petitioner's children. but are not and never have been the fathers of petitioner's children according to Hoodoo, the religion of both petitioner and Kwesi Akhan, which is an expression of Nanasom, African ancestral religion. Side note, we do not practice the same religion. She does not practice Hoodoo. Pathological liar. But going forward. And because every Black child in creation, by definition, has and must have a mother and father in Nanasom, African ancestral religion, in instances of rape, the father of the Black child is effectively and exclusively the twin flame, also referred to as divine complement of the Black mother. Petitioner challenges Kwesi Akhan to prove her wrong according to the mandates of their mutual religion, which entails administering tea made from the bark of the Odum tree, as is customary in matters of trial to determine guilt or innocence. Once again, petitioner challenges Kwesi Akhan to prove her wrong according to the mandates of their mutual religion, which entails administering tea made from the bark of the Odum tree, as is customary in matters of trial to determine guilt or innocence, and if no harm comes to petitioner, which is her, Kwesi Akhan admit that all of the events petitioner is alleging herein took place, and that he is not only petitioner's divine complement, but by default, the father of all petitioner's children, because petitioner is still a virgin. Now, she's in court, and this is being utilized in the criminal case, the probation revocation hearing. She wanted me to bring the bark of the Odum tree, tea made from the bark, so she could drink it in front of the judge, and if she doesn't drop dead, then that means everything she said about human trafficking, enslavement, and 40 years, and Sleeping Princess, and Golden Goose, and decapitations, and all of it is true. And by the way, that means I'm her twin flame, her divine complement. By default, I am the father of her 3 children. And by the way, she's also a virgin. First of all, we don't practice a mutual religion. As we mentioned before, Hoodoo is the Akhan term undu. So through scholarship, we were able to prove, and even with the film we just released a few months ago about the Hoodoo tradition, we prove and trace Akhan ancestral religion. We even traveled to ancient Kemet and Khanit, Egypt and Nubia, traveled to Ghana, and then throughout the southern United States and other parts, showing the direct linguistic and philosophical and cultural and spirit-genetic connection of people from ancient Khanit and Kemet through Ghana in West Africa, Afro-Akaite Africa, to Akhan people in North America, still using the terms undu, which is hoodoo, moja, which is mojo, ja, which is jack or jackball, kanche, which became kanje and kanje man and kanje woman and so forth, hinti, which is the haint spirit. We show through scholarship and other means that Hoodoo is the Akhan religion. So if someone said, I'm a Hoodoo man or a Hoodoo woman, what they were saying originally when they were first forced over here, they were saying, I'm an Akhan man, I'm an Akhan woman. I come from the Akhan ethnic group, and I identify myself as an Akhan person from the Akhan ethnic group who speaks the Akhan language by saying I'm an undu man or undu woman, which later came to be pronounced Hoodoo man and Hoodoo woman in North America. The same is true of people who were forced from the Yoruba Empire in Nigeria, which is now Nigeria. Juju is a Yoruba term, and when Yoruba people were forced into North America, they continued practicing their Yoruba ancestral religion, and they used the Yoruba word Jew, reduplicated as Jew, to identify the religious practice, but also identify their ethnic group. If someone said, I'm a Juju man or a Juju woman, what they were saying is, I'm a Yoruba man, I'm a Yoruba woman. I came from the Yoruba Empire. I was enslaved over here, but I know my identity, I know my culture. The same is true of Voodoo, which is the Ewe people and Fon people of Togo and Benin. A Voodoo man or Voodoo woman is really saying, I'm from the Ewe ethnic group. And the term Vodou, or voodoo, simply means deity, divinity. So all this other nonsense about it means evil and devil, no, that's white pseudo-supremacy trying to corrupt our traditions. But of course, we don't accept that foolishness. We tell the truth. So, but we say all that to say, she doesn't practice hoodoo. She learned about Akhan ancestral religion from our website. She tried to parasitically attach herself to Akhan culture and to me in general, and then, or in particular, and then when we prove that hoodoo is the Akhan tradition in North America preserved for hundreds of years in our blood circles, she's trying to claim that. That's number one, she's never been a part of that. Number two, making up these ridiculous pseudo-spiritual policies, such as, well, you know, if someone is raped, then the person's twin flame is the real father, and since I was raped, which she claims, which is more misinformation, then the children are not really the biological father's children. They only belong to the divine complement, which, of course, is Kwesi Akhan, so therefore my children are really his children. He is the father. Now, all of that is foolishness, but this is what she put forward in court. These things were read in open court by the Assistant Attorney General and the judge and so forth. And now you get to see how someone is trying to manipulate every bit of information she gets. She takes bits and pieces of information and tries to fuse it together in a ridiculous narrative to try to save herself. So if she can get out of this, you know, anti-stalking order and it's annulled, then guess what? She's free to stalk me all over again, and she'll be right back at my house. Just like when she thought that the case was dismissed permanently, the very next day she was back at my house. So this is read in open court. Of course, it's asinine. Of course, she was found guilty of violating the anti-stalking order. She was taken in handcuffs from the courthouse directly to prison. That was on August 9th. And she remained in prison for 10 days out of that 180-day sentence. She was released, and a few weeks later, she violated the court order again. Part 12. When a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So now we see where this notion of spirit children comes from, but there's one more element with regard to these spirit children that we haven't addressed. They're not my biological children, according to her, but they're spirit children. Because remember, she's a virgin, as she just said. She has 3 children, but she's a virgin. I'm the father, the biological fathers are not, according to her deliberate misinterpretation of the hoodoo tradition, which is ancient Akhan ancestral religion. Insanity. So, in order to build upon this narrative, she can't reveal the fact that she made all of this stuff up during the unfolding of these cases, because, you know, it places her in jeopardy. So, in the civil suit and the final amended petition you find in, you know, September 25th and so forth, she added more to the story. She kept adding and adding and adding and adding. So she didn't just make this up. This goes all the way back to when she was born and when I was born. And she has evidence of these things. So we're going to look at this aspect of the civil suit and how it ties directly in to this notion of spirit children, and then what she asks with regard to the spirit children and what I must do. So many of the elderly Black women posing as hospital nurses at hospitals all over the country are actually spiritual seers, hired to prophesy the Nkrabeya, divine function, destiny of every Black child admitted to or born at the facility. If it is determined that a child has an Nkra, Nkrabia, once again, words she learned and concepts from my website. If they have a divine function or destiny that undermines the aim of the white Jewish mafia to retain their power and wealth, the child is assigned to an intervention task force, which is a group of people who work to prevent the child from fulfilling their destiny. The most common tactics employed against the child to achieve this goal is trauma by physical and mental abuse and the infliction of lifelong disabilities on the child. When these tactics are consistently employed for a number of years, starting at an early age, most Black people spend their lives too consumed with anxiety, rage, addiction, and depression to fulfill their destiny. Discovering the child's destiny also includes prophesying who their divine complement is because divine complements always have complementary destinies and need each other to reach their full potential. It is petitioner's sincerely held belief, coupled with her first-hand knowledge while enslaved, human trafficked, that said seers declared petitioner, which is her, and respondent Kwesi Akhan were divine complements, and their respective Nkrabia divine function destiny posed a threat to white Jewish mafias to retain their power and wealth. This prophecy specifically included that petitioner, which is her, and respondent Kwesi Akhan were destined to reclaim stolen land from the government and establish a segregated and incorporated Black town founded upon ancestral values. Petitioner further alleges that although respondent Kwesi Akhan has never publicly advised he is legally blind in his left eye, just as petitioner was legally blinded by Esther Jean Ross to derail petitioner's Nkrabia divine function destiny. Respondent Kwesi Akhan was also intentionally blinded to detail his Nkrabia divine function destiny. This is substantiated by the dream petitioner, which is her, had about respondent Kwesi Akhan and Esther Jean Ross forced her to email details of. The dream was about respondent Kwesi Akhan tripping and falling while doing ritual because of his blindness and refusing help from petitioner. So now she has to go all the way back to the time that we were born. She says Black women, elderly Black women, are spiritual seers. Many of them are, by the way. But they are employed by hospitals to seek out children who have a divine destiny that will subvert the plans of the white Jewish mafia. And if these elderly Black women seers detect certain children that are on that level, then the children at the hospital are assigned to an intervention task force. So when she was born and when I was born, the Black seers realized, number one, that we both had a divine destiny to reclaim stolen land and establish an independent, sovereign Black town for Black people. They also saw that we were divine complements and incarnated to be together. And once we came together, we would be a powerful force and reclaim this land and so forth. So they had to disrupt that. And so they had to enslave her and enslave her children, and they had to blind me in my left eye, just like she was blinded in her eye. My eye's fine, just so you know. But all of this happened. She had to go all the way back to birth. She's building on this story. Every time she files a new petition or a new, amended complaint, she has to expand upon this ridiculous story. Stealing things from different movies and, shows and other stuff, novels and everything else, just to make up a story to try to get herself, number one, off the hook with regard to the civil anti-stalking order, the criminal case, and once it's all annulled, then she can get back to the business of stalking me. That's all it's about. Now, let's get a little bit further, and this pulls everything together. Petitioner, which is her, is requesting the court notice that it is unjust for the court to penalize petitioner for her spiritual gifts of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, clairalience, clairgustance, clairtimience, and clairequilibrance. She learned that from our website as well. No different than psychics who have long since been hired to assist the Federal Bureau of Investigations with unsolved crimes. Petitioner is able to accurately report the past and declare the future via Akhan spirit possession and Unkom spirit communication. Respondent Kwesi Akhan is going to sincerely apologize and make amends with petitioner and their children, not her children, their children. In the future, because she can see the future, respondent Kwesi Akhan, she's prophesying, will not only recant his previous wrongful declarations on social media. Respondent Kwesi Akhan will humbly seek to court petitioner and eventually propose marriage to petitioner. Petitioner and respondent Kwesi Akhan will marry, remain married for more than 60 years, have 11 more children who have already chosen their names. Then she proceeds to list the names of the 11 children. However, none of this is going to take place until respondent Kwesi Akhan acknowledges that his actions towards petitioner since 2018 have been malicious and rooted in ignorance. So since she can see the future, because she has the capacity for spirit possession, spirit communication, she can see that I'm going to apologize. Everything I said was rooted in ignorance. We are going to be married for 60 years and have 11 more children because she's claiming. So that pushes it up to 14. And we're going to have 11 more children. She says the children have already chosen their names. They're in the spirit realm right now. She doesn't have to worry about choosing their names because they've already chosen their names. So they're going to be born. We're going to have 11 more children, total 14. And this has all been prophesied in the past from the elderly Black women at the hospitals when we were born in different states and so forth at different times. And all of this is relevant. And all of this is part of the court record, and this was brought up in court and so forth. I included this in my summary judgment. Of course, the trial court judge, finder of fact, recognized that everything I was saying was accurate. And of course, I won that case. And of course, at the probation revocation hearing, she was found guilty and taken away to prison. But before the civil case was shut down, there was one final piece in the civil case that needs to be touched upon, that needs to be addressed. Petitioner, which is her, alleges and realleges all aforementioned allegations against Kwesi Akhan. Petitioner alleges Kwesi Akhan is guilty of defamation, negligence, and personal injury. Petitioner alleges Kwesi Akhan is the father of her 3 children, as is suing for paternity and 18 years of back child support for all 3 of petitioner's children. Petitioner's 2 surviving sons and petitioner's transitioned firstborn son. Petitioner alleges Kwesi Akhan is guilty of violating petitioner's First Amendment rights and civil rights according to the Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Petitioners desire relief for crimes committed by Kwesi Akhan. Petitioner is seeking Kwesi Akhan pay $200,000 in monetary and punitive damages. Petitioner is seeking Kwesi Akhan pay the total sum of $637,000 in back child support for all 3 of petitioner's children, petitioner's 2 surviving twin sons, and petitioner's transitioned son. Petitioner is seeking Kwesi Akhan make verbal and social media post apology to petitioner for his unfounded defamatory remarks. So, I owe child support for the 3 kids, $637,000. Never paid child support. I owe 18 years back child support for my spirit children, according to her. Not biological children, but spirit children. That's what I owe. That's what she asked the court to find and so forth and order me to pay. Now, it's worth mentioning, and we don't have to go through the entire section on this, but when I won the civil suit, and of course, the testimony within the criminal case was actually helped by bringing this civil suit into the fray. I said she was mentally ill, she was a stalker, and a scam artist. When I stated that she's a stalker, we showed, of course, that that clearly is not defamation. We have a court order where multiple judges said that you're a stalker, and we posted the court order on Facebook. That's not defamatory, that's just a statement of fact. When we said you're a scam artist, not only with the Quindaro piece, but we also showed that she was trying to scam individuals to pretend like she was teaching a course that was the same as the course that we were teaching, and she used the same name and a flyer that was similar and so forth and similar wording. And people thought that 6-week course was the same six-week course connected to our organization, but also the Quindaro stuff that, that's all scam artists, that's all crooked stuff. When we said that she's mentally ill, she said that's defamatory because she put forward this argument that, well, she's not mentally ill. She was ordered to undergo a psychiatric evaluation and was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. We only say that because it's not violating HIPAA laws because she put it in the lawsuit. She posted the entire diagnosis in the civil suit thinking that this somehow was going to help her. She put forward in the civil suit that, hey, I've never been diagnosed with a mental illness. Then she says, granted, I was diagnosed with PTSD, but that's a result of 42 years of enslavement. She was putting forward the notion that a diagnosis of PTSD is not considered a mental illness. When we responded in our motion for summary judgment, we of course included all the information from the American Psychiatric Association and Psychological Association of PTSD being a psychiatric disorder. And of course, the judge cited that as well in her, final judgment. So in my motion for summary judgment, under mental illness, under that claim, I quote directly from her, the plaintiff, also petitioner. So, plaintiff, petitioner states on page 34 of her final amended petition and reply to respondent Kwesi Akhan's response to petition that she underwent a second psychiatric evaluation. This occurred in Washington, D.C. She states that she is not mentally ill. Quote, it should be noted petitioner, which is her, recently received the below second psychiatric evaluation since Kwesi Akhan started making allegations on social media that petitioner was mentally ill. That petitioner is in fact not mentally ill, unquote. Yet on the very next page, 35, plaintiff affirms that she is mentally ill by admitting that she was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which is clearly a mental illness, mental psychiatric disorder. Quote, she states, granted, and as noted in said evaluation, petitioner, which is her, has been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as a direct result of the 42 years of trauma she endured while enslaved. Then we show the definition of PTSD from the American Psychological Association. Of course, PTSD is a mental illness, psychiatric disorder. And we also show PTSD as defined as a psychiatric disorder by the American Psychiatric Association. But then she responds by saying and doing what she normally does. She weaves together a conspiracy. She states in her amended filing that a staff member from the previous shelter she was in, a staff member from the current shelter that she's in, as well as the attending psychiatrist, all conspired to maliciously misdiagnose her with a mental illness so that she can be found not credible in court. On page 31 of her final amended petition, she states, petitioner, which is her, alleges that unbeknownst to petitioner, Dwayne, who was an employee at the previous shelter that she resided at, respondent Robert Sharon, which is the attending psychiatrist, and respondent Claudine Witter, who is an employee at the current women's shelter that she's residing at, all know each other and colluded to ensure petitioner was maliciously misdiagnosed with a mental illness in exchange for compensation from Esther Jean Ross. It was said malicious misdiagnosis by respondent Robert Sharon in conjunction with negligence of new endeavors by women for failing to require staff to communicate to potential clients all of its program requirements and direct to them to appropriate non-crisis mental health providers for psychiatric evaluations, and the negligence of DC Department of Behavioral Health for failing to question Dr. Robert Sharon's malicious misdiagnosis based upon his failure to reference my observed behaviors by petitioner to support a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, in his evaluation notations that continues to ensure, 1, people, including petitioner's children, would assume respondent Kwesi Akhan's allegations that petitioner was mentally ill were true. So she weaves this interagency conspiracy to take her down so that I can win a court case. But that's just another example of someone who's a pathological liar, and she's not delusional. She knows exactly what she's doing. So, as previously mentioned, she was found guilty at the probation revocation hearing. She was incarcerated, handcuffed, and taken directly to prison from the courthouse. She spent 10 days in jail, 10 days from the 180-day sentence. Then she's back on probation. 5 weeks later, she violated the court order once again. Part 13, when a woman stalks a man, legal system, mental illness, spirit children, and hoodoo. So in September, she violated the court order. We put forward that criminal contempt motion. She was arraigned on criminal contempt charges. And so once again, she started the process of first saying she was going to represent herself. Then on one of the court dates, October 25th, she threw a number of Hail Marys. She reached out to a human trafficking organization, that assists people with, legally pro bono if they are victims of human trafficking and so forth. She reached out to them. She lied to them about the story and so forth. And by the way, when she's been weaving this narrative, she's also put forward a number of GoFundMe and fundraiser campaigns trying to get assistance as a victim of human trafficking. And when she wrote this little book talking about 40 years a slave, basically that was a way to get some sympathy from people who actually believe her so they can send her money. She's thinking, maybe I can raise $30, $40, $50, $100,000 and so forth. So a number of crowdfunding efforts she's put forward, not only for the fake human trafficking story, but also for the fake Black Town initiative. Now, she reached out to a human trafficking victims organization. They actually sent an attorney to the courthouse on the day of court, that was October 25th. And they have to assess whether or not someone is, telling the truth. So the attorney was initially going to represent her that day in court or speak on her behalf to contribute, something to the legal proceedings. She spoke with the Assistant Attorney General. Of course, she spoke with TL, but then she came to speak to me to get my side of it. And when I began to explain all the various things that have been going on, and this was a Black woman, intelligent sister, and, very insightful, she basically said, we have to assess these cases on a regular basis. And what she was telling me just was not adding up. And she basically shared with me that what I gave to her confirmed what she already was seeing. So they went back in front of the judge and said, this is not a case that we can support. So they left. But this is one of those cases when we talk about, or instances, you have an individual trying to manipulate the system, pathological liar, everything she's saying is inaccurate and she knows that, but she's taking resources away from a real human trafficking victim. These human trafficking organizations or victims organizations, they don't have unlimited resources. They don't have unlimited lawyers. If there was a real human trafficking victim who needed representation that day in court, then she's using up that resource, that particular lawyer that could have been, defending and speaking and advocating for a real victim. And she's utilizing that resource for her own criminal ends, trying to figure out a way to get out of this case so she can start stalking me all over again. And hopefully we can get into that 60-year marriage and start on these, additional 11 kids. So that's insanity. They didn't go for it. So she moved forward with the next Hail Mary. She was representing herself. And then she said, you know what? I want this defense attorney, this public defender to represent me now. He was the one that was going to represent her before. And then she fired him and he was there as, in an advisory capacity. But now all of a sudden, she doesn't want him as an advisor. She wants him to represent her in the case. This was, and she approached the bench. They're going back and forth, and the judge allows it. So that was October 25th. They pushed the court date to November 15th. So I'm back in the courthouse, November 15th, and she decides, I don't want to use this attorney anymore. We knew she was going to do that. We knew she was going to, quote unquote, fire the attorney and so forth. They went ahead and allowed her to do that. They pushed the case back to January 18th. There was another maneuver, and then it was pushed back to February 20th, which was last Tuesday. She's been assigned a new defense attorney. She's also been warned that, this is not going to go on with you doing these, little maneuvers about, I'm going to represent myself. Now I'm not going to. Now I need a new lawyer. Now I'm not. So when that defense attorney determines whether or not he can work with her and he prepares his defense, if he can work with her, then he will work with her and the trial date will be set and he will represent her. If he can't, then she'll be most likely representing herself unless she, acquires an attorney or retains an attorney on her own. But that probably won't be allowed either. So eventually this court date will be set. She will be found guilty, as I said, because she did violate the order. And this time she will be incarcerated for a significant period, not just 10 days, most likely at least up to a year, probably between 9 months and a year, definitely 9 months, but more than likely a year. So this is what's going on. So I just wanted to share this experience. It's been 5.5 years going back and forth, and the final 2.5 years going back and forth within the legal system. Hopefully the information I share can assist other people who are going through the, navigating the legal system, as well as the, anti-stalking order procedures on the civil side, or if they have to move into the criminal contempt phase and they're in the, criminal court side and so forth. When you see red flags with individuals, whether it's relationships or, even work relationships or family, whatever it is, hopefully this information can, assist someone. I appreciate the people who have supported myself. As we said before, we don't I don't share anything personal. It's really nothing personal to share. That's not something I would do anyway. As I said, when we put information out, we put out our books, we do our lectures, we do our broadcasts, we have our events, and the community comes out and they leave empowered and, strengthened, and they go back to their respective locales to empower their community. This is the work that we do. So this is not something that we would normally be, discussing, whatever. We've been at this work for over 20 plus years, and we've never had a situation like this. So we appreciate the people who, once they found out about what's actually taking place, they took the time to, verify the information, and we, posted these court orders, these court documents to let people know we have actual receipts. We're not defaming anybody. We're not really disparaging anybody anyway. What we're doing is putting forward accurate information so people can see what's taking place, and they can make proper decisions with regard to how they deal with us and this individual who might try to reach out to them. But also just in your everyday life, you have to keep your eyes open. So a friend of mine asked me, does this make you fearful or apprehensive about communicating with certain individuals while you're, in the public? And when we do this kind of work, we are public figures to a certain degree, even though the wider public may be unaware of what we're doing, or they just say, oh, these Afrocentric people, or, these cultures people, or these vegans and so forth. But people who are studying culture, language, philosophy, religious practice, and trustery, history, and, ancestral spirituality and so forth, we are public figures, as well as nation building, what's called Pan-Africanism, nationalism, Black nationalism, and so forth. You are a public figure to a certain extent. So I'm not concerned. I'm cautious, but I'm not concerned. And that's always been the case. I don't fear anybody. I don't fear anything. Of course, not this individual. But you have to be intelligent just in life in general. I'm not apprehensive about communicating with my people. I've never been disrespectful at all in communication with women, or, when I'm going out and speaking and teaching and so forth. So that's never been a problem. I've never had anybody come at me other than these two mentally ill people. We told you about the elderly person who said I was a divine compliment, and, I'm this individual. But outside of the two mentally ill people, for the past 20 plus years, I haven't had anybody try to come at me in a city or online saying, hey, what's up? Because they see the work we're doing, they see our focus, they see our discipline, and they know we come into the space or into the spot ready to work, and that's what we're about. So, but if anybody can take something valuable from this, hopefully this will assist you in navigating in some way through the civil court or criminal court, or just being aware and cautious and focused and, alert in life, then I did my job. And just for those who are unaware, when you go to our site, you'll see the things that we're talking about. If you want to get some real information, we just released our second documentary film on the Hoodoo tradition. That's on the website. Our first documentary film won Best Original Documentary at the Film Festival in New York, Kwanzaa Film Festival. We were out at the Pembroke Taparelli Film Festival in LA, screening the film as well. And we'll be screening, the new Hoodoo film that's only a few months old in different cities. But you can get some information from there and see, the details of some of the things that we were talking about through this. But once again, Yerase, we thank you, and Yebe Shabio, we will meet again. Catch up.